Hello everyone, welcome you all to the 𝐓𝐡𝐴𝐵 platform. So guys, this is the 6 hours long marathon for the UGC NET paper 2 commerce and paper 2 management. In this, we are going to discuss most important previous year questions. For the paper 2 commerce and management, it will be useful. And from this area, you can expect a good number of questions in the upcoming UGC NET examination. Make sure that you are completing entire 6 hours marathon. So complete this marathon properly and listen with a patience. It will be fruitful for you. Let's get started without late. So before proceeding further, one small announcement. New batch for the UGC NET June 2026 will be starting after the December 2025 examinations. Like after the 7th of January, it will be there. And for the regular updates, do join in our Telegram group and subscribe to this channel, as well as download 𝐓𝐡𝐴𝐵 app from the Google Play Store, or the link is already available in the description. So you can able to watch free live sessions also in the app, as well as the paid courses also available for the UGC NET Commerce and Management, Karnataka Pre-University Commerce course, and various state set examination set course also available. Right? Chalo, let's get started towards the question number 1. Tax should not be charged on dividend income from the shareholder. Some economists are of the opinion that when tax has already been paid on the profit of the company and the balance is distributed as a dividend to the owners, tax not to be levied on them. Tax not to be levied on them. Good morning. So technically, answer is A. But in 2021 amendment, dividend distribution tax provision has been removed. Now the income which is received in the form of the dividend income will be taxable in the hands of the shareholder if the dividend income exceeds of 5,000 rupees. As TDS provision will apply, section number 192 will apply. Section number 194 will apply. 194 says that if your dividend income exceeds of 5,000 rupees, you will be liable to deduct the TDS on the dividend which is paid to the shareholder. So dividend income will be taxable in the hands of the shareholders. Now, company will not be having any tax on that dividend. And it's an argument when the DDT was there. Now this argument comes to an end as the DDT provision was removed. Okay. Shareholder will pay the tax. Which of the following is not a method for calculating or ascertaining the amount of purchase consideration? Purchase consideration. So answer will be gross receipt method. Share exchange method is properly a purchase consideration method, sir. There is no gross receipt method. We have 4 methods of calculating a purchase consideration: net payment method, net asset method, share exchange method, and also intrinsic value method. Net asset means total agreed amount of asset minus agreed amount of liabilities to be paid. Net payment, whatever the form of payment which is paid by the purchasing company to the selling company, all types of payment adding together is a net payment. Lump sum payment, irrespective of the calculation or valuation of the company, a lump sum will be agreed between the purchasing company, selling companies, and lump sum method. Intrinsic value means the value per share will be calculated in terms of the purchasing company to be issued to the selling company shareholders in the new company. So that is the intrinsic value method, or the share exchange method. Even intrinsic value or a share exchange, or we can also call it as asset backing method. This is also called as an asset backing method. Share exchange, intrinsic value, or asset backing method. 3 are one and the same. In the recent years, the major gain in logistical efficiency have come from which one of the following? Logistical efficiency. Logistical efficiency. Guys, do hit a like button if you like a session. If you don't like a session, you may. Guys, only one thing. 3 days to the examination. Avoid the mistakes which are very easy and which are very comfortable to get the answer. If you are doing a mistake in that type of question, like a last question, you have to pay very high cost to your preparation of another 6 months. Don't leave the easiest question at all, where the questions are being done by all the students. In that questions, if you are making a wrong now, you are out of the competition. Protect that questions. If you are making a mistake in advanced level questions, which is also advanced for many other aspirants, then no problem. You may get this advantage or disadvantage, it doesn't matter. But whichever is doing correct by all the members, if you make a mistake, katham. Advances in information technology, logistical efficiency. Now you can book any parcel to send it to anywhere from your house, from your home only. They'll come and pick up, they'll go and give it to that person. So that much information technology, it's a mobile app based or a website based. The logistical efficiency has been increased due to the information technology. Now the tracking is easy. Where our product is, how much quantity it is it in a damaged condition or in a proper condition only. Everything we can get to know with the information technology, which are advancement happened. Previously it was not that much. Now it is keep on increasing due to that only. Next, 14 days intermediate T-bills were brought into effect from 1996 and 97 after the abolition of which of the T-bills? After the abolition of which of the T-bills? Yes, answer is option number A. Blunder committed by all again. Yeah, what's going on with you? Question is very simple. In 1996, certain T-bills were abolished. After that, immediately 14 days T-bills were introduced. In 1996, 91 days T-bills were abolished, later reintroduced also. Still now, 91 T-bills are in force. So if you look at, after the abolition of 91 days T-bills on tap, 14 days T-bills, treasury bills has been introduced. Even at this present moment, how many types of T-bills are available? Only 3 types. 91 days, 182 days, 364. And in some cases, 14 days T-bills also available. 273 days T-bills are not available now. In the same question paper, we'll also get the chronology of the T-bills. Do not worry about it. Question is saying that skewness studies the flatness or peakedness of the distribution. A positively skewed stretched more towards the right than to the left. On the basis of empirical relationship between the mean, mode and median for a moderately asymmetrical distribution, Carl-Pearson coefficient of skewness can be measured by 3 mean minus median divided by the standard deviation. If mean is less than mode, then it is positively skewed. So which statement is to be correct? Or the given statement which are correct, which are incorrect? Question is asking about correct. Yes, absolutely. Many are going correct. Option B is a correct. So B, a positively skewed distribution curve stretched more towards the right. This is how. Positively skewed. And if it is on the left side, negatively skewed. C, the empirical relationship is 3 mean minus median divided by the standard deviation. That they are talking about this one. Mean minus median divided by standard deviation equal to Carl-Pearson coefficient of skewness they are asking. Skewness means the deviation which we take. So, when there is a negative skewness, left side. Positive skewness, right side. And no skewness on the middle, all are equal. And if you look at the Carl-Pearson coefficient of skewness, skewness means the deviation. X bar, that is mean, minus MO, which is mode, divided by standard deviation. Or else 3 into mean minus median divided by standard deviation. You can write in the form of the mode, that is mean minus mode divided by standard deviation, or else 3 mean minus median divided by standard deviation. Either way, call Pearson coefficient of skewness will come. Both formulas are correct only. Next question, which is correct about the residential status of a company? UGC admit card will be released as and when it placed in the website. Do not worry about the admit card. Even they are having a right to release before the day of examination. On 17th also they can release. Because city intimation letter is given already. So based on that, if you want to book, you can book for that directly. If it is far from your place, any tickets need to be booked, you have to book it. Previously, they have released before the day of examination or before 2 days. So you can expect by Sunday evening. And based on this, don't think that examination will postpone. Again, questions are coming from the students. Examination 100% it will be conducted on 18th of June. There will not be any postponement of examination. Mentally prepare for that. Answer is option B. Option B. Company never be classified as an ROR or a NOVAR. Company will be decided based on the, if it is an Indian company, resident. If it is not an Indian company, then we will check. If the place of effective management is there in India, then it is a resident. If it is not there in India, then it will become foreign company. Maximization of firm growth is given by whom? So firm theories, business firm theories. Maximization of firm growth rate subject to managerial and financial constraint given by. Answer is yes, a unanimous answer is coming. It is Mary's Robin. Mary's Robin. Before going for the examination, total 7 theories are there. 7 theories and their author. I have given in one box. In the last 5 hours marathon also it was covered. Firm theories and profit theories. Firm theories, profit theories, one table will be there. In that you can expect a matching question or you can expect this type of theory based and author question also you can expect. So Mary's growth maximization here. Goal of the firm Mary's model is that maximization of balance rate of growth of the firm, of a demand for the products and growth of the capacity of supply. So the maximization of growth equal to growth of the demand and growth of the balance growth rate. Growth of the demand equal to balance growth rate will give you the Robin Mary's growth of the firm. Why we need postponement here? Let exam complete. One headache will be completed. Even if they give 1 year time also will ask for the some 1 month extra time. So let it go as per the schedule. I think nobody is expecting a postponement. That is for sure. So banking question, banking sector reform committees and their purpose. Yes. Come on, fast. Answer is option number B, obviously. Correct. So YB Reddy committee is for rationalization of interest rate on small saving. Rasi Jilani committee, revision for lending in place of the cash credit system. SM Kelkar committee, it is a regional rural bank. IT Watch committee, capital lending norms. And can you please tell me Malhotra committee is for what purpose? Malhotra committee and Tandon committee. Malhotra committee and Tandon committee is for what purpose? Abnish, I do agree with your point. Factual portion is hectic because we can't able to remember the years and the name of the committee, name of the purpose, the purpose of the committee, and on what basis the committee was appointed. But at least you have to try your best to remember main committees like Rashid Jilani, Malhotra Commission, Tandon Commission, and even the former governor Urjit Patel Commission. Financial system related, working capital related, lending related at least. Yes, Jyoti and Gopal correct. It is related to insurance sector. Reforms that brought up in insurance sector is by the Malhotra Commission. Advertising, sales promotion, word of mouth marketing, personal selling. Tandon. Export strategy. No, not at all. Tandon committee is related to for the bank how to use the working capital. Working capital norms for the banking sector has been proposed by the Tandon committee. That's why maximum permissible limit something will be there. I think you are able to recall core asset, non-core, core. So answer for this question is option number B, obvious answer. Advertising isn't brochures as well as booklets. Sales promotion isn't contesting. Word of mouth marketing isn't blogs. Personal selling isn't sales meeting. Actually, with a sales meeting, we can conclude that personal selling. One-to-one by meeting with each person, we are explaining about the product and service, we are selling it. That is a sales meeting, correct? Sale advertising here, brochures and booklet that we print for the education institutes or the various restaurants that they even real estate sector, brochures and booklet with the products or services they are offering. Sales promotion is conducting a contest, quizzes, competitions, so that the promotion of a product and the brand will go. And word of mouth marketing is a blog. Means if you maintain a one blog, the customer will come and write a review about your product, how they are experiencing, whether it is a negative or positive, they'll write. It will be acting like a one customer database to you, where the new customer can look into those reviews and finalize them. That is a blog. Even you can see advertising is a printing, broadcast ads, packaging, outer packaging, cinema, brochures, booklet, posters, directories, reprints, billboards, display signs, point of purchase displays, and sales promotion, contests, games, sweepstakes, lotteries, and sampling, fair and trade shows, exhibits, means exhibition, events and experience, sports and entertainment, festivals, arts, causes, public relation and publicity, press kits, speeches, seminars, annual report, and word of mouth, person to person, chat rooms, blogs, personal selling, sales presentation, sales meeting, incentive program, samples, and fair and trade shows. Here it is there also it is there. Sales promotion. Michael Porter. Right, Guru. You're in college, huh? Have a great day. Michael Porter. Excuse me, this is not the Michael Porter competitive advantage theory. This is not a diamond model. They are asking generic strategy of Michael Porter, marketing wala, not the international business. Answer is option B. So, in Michael Porter always talks about the competition. But in the context of international trade theory, he spoke about the national competitive advantage theory, that is diamond model, 5 forces. Whereas in case of generic strategies, he is concentrating on 3 main focus points. Cost, leadership, differentiation, focus. Means at a lowest cost, highest quality. Differentiation. Your product or service should be having some uniqueness as compared to your competitor. Focus. Focus on the cost, focus on the uniqueness, both. Focus towards the differentiation, focus towards the cost, both. Here you can see competitive scope and competitive advantage. Low cost or low cost product or services, differentiated product. Focused cost, focused differentiation. And when it is broader target, cost leadership means lower cost and differentiation should be very higher. Then it will be very advantage for the company. Which statements are true? So the answer for this question is option number C. Option number C. Why it is C? Let us try to look at B and C statement. Paul Sweezy, who has given this? Paul Sweezy has given oligopoly model generally. It is best known as model explaining more satisfactory behavior of oligopoly. Yes, he was speaking about the price rigidity. Means in oligopoly, price they wanted to maintain as the same. They don't want to change the price because to avoid the price war between the small competitor, small number of competitor having very large size of firms. And C, perfectly competitive firm is a price taker. Obviously, we can conclude that these two statements are correct. Firms under the monopolistic are only normal profit. How can you conclude that they will earn only normal profit? You cannot decide outrightly they can only normal profit. There is a super normal profits also will come if their goodwill increases or if their brand value increases, if their sales is more. Simple monopoly always earns a super normal profit. This always and this only are the negative words. You should remove them. Whenever always, only, exclusively, this words comes now, you should think carefully. A company rises rupees 1 lakh by issue of 1000 10 percentage debentures of 100 each at a 2 percentage discount redeemable after 10 years. So what would be the cost of capital? Oh, did you remember the answer? How to calculate the formula is we know. Cost of debt they are asking. Cost of debt. Interest plus redemption value minus net proceeds divided by number of years divided by redemption value plus net proceeds divided by 2. Interest we have 10 percentage of 100 means 10 rupees. Redemption value is how much? 100 rupees that we issue. But redemption value is minus 2 percentage, which is equal to 98 is an redemption value. Correct now? 98 is a redemption net proceeds, sorry. Company rises by issue of 10 percentage debentures 100 each at a discount of 2 percentage. Okay. Discount of 2 percentage we issue. That means this is net proceeds. So total 1 lakh minus 98,000 divided by number of years 10. Then this 198 divided by 2. We need to deduct the tax. Out of this, 1 minus tax we need to do. Out of the total, whatever we get. So 10 plus 98,000 divided by 10 years. Correct now, 1 lakh minus 98. So 2000 by 10 means 2000 by 10 years. Divided by 198 by 2. 190 by 2 means how much you will get it? 99, huh? So 99,000. 10 plus 200 divided by 99,000. Actually, we should have taken, better we should have taken. Then interest will be not 10 rupees now. Why interest need to be taken only 10 rupees? Because everything we are taking in amount. So it should be 10,000 better. Because we are taking only per share. 10,000. 10,200 divided by 99,000 into 100. How much you will be able to get? 0, 0, 0, 0 cancel. Please calculate and tell me. 99,000. Tell me the final answer. This will give you 10.3 percentage. 1 minus tax. So 10 minus 40. 10% minus 40% equal to 6%. So approximately 6% is only one option, that is option C. 6.82 is higher, but 6% is nearby, that one. Option C. You can do per share also. Instead of going with a total value, per share will give you the exact answer. Which of the following are true statements? Answer is option C. Absolutely. Because payback period concerned more on recovery of investment. That is payback. When our original investment will come back, the time period to recover original investment. And net present value is a present value of cash inflow minus present value of cash outflow. So whatever the surplus it is coming, it will be a wealth of the shareholder only. Ultimately, it will be belong to the shareholder. What are the surplus and the deficit which comes? Next. Auto companies and other consumer goods companies offer cash rebates to encourage purchase of manufacturer's product with a specified period. The same product is priced differently at a different times. On Sunday, there will be a 8-hour session, sir. Morning 9 a.m. till the 8 hours. Sunday. Please make your time accordingly. Sunday. Answer is C. A is correct because the companies will offer a cash rebate, encourage the purchase of a manufactured product within a specified. The time period within 1 week, grand sale is happening. Those who are buying in this time period, you will get a high discounts. The same product is priced differently at a different times. Actually, product is not going to be priced differently. Price remains same, but the cash discount which is being offered to the customer. Price remains always 100,000 rupees only per piece. But in this, at a certain specified time period, you are giving a cash discount. Price remains same. Price is always, it is getting changed. Don't deduct the discount and say that as a final price. No, don't say like that. Marketing point of view, the reason is price remains same, only cash discount we are offering. The sequence of ITR process. Answer is option number A. A is a given answer. First, register yourself in the income tax portal, e-filing portal. Select the ITR form number 1 to 7 and fill the form and upload into it. Finally, your acknowledgement, which is ITR file, need to be verified. Verification can happen in two ways. With your digital signature, online itself you can verify. With a OTP, Aadhaar based OTP will be there. Or else, the verification can also be done by taking a printout and making a signature and send it to the Bengaluru Income Tax Head Office. Either way, the ITR file verification can be done. Globalization refers to free cross-border movement of goods, services, capital, information, and people. Countries are consistently evolving innovative marketing barriers that are WTO compatible. Thank you, Chitra. Read the statement carefully. Link it. Is it possible to link the R and A? Try to think that once. Don't abruptly decide the answer. First, read the individual statement. Link this to the this. Is it giving a reason for the above statement? Think that way. Globalization refers to free cross-border movement of goods, services, capital, information, and people. Countries are consistently evolving innovative marketing barriers that are WTO compatible. Here, that they are talking about innovative marketing barriers and which are WTO compatible. Is this innovative marketing barriers are the reason for free cross-border movement of goods, capital, or the people? It is not at all. Individually, this is correct, but there is no link between this A and R statements. Both the statements are individually. Whatever marketing barriers we are trying to create between the cross-border trade, why the WTO is creating a barriers? Because to avoid the international trade disruption. International trade has to happen in a smoother way. That's why they'll create 17th. This is an interesting question. If you don't read it properly, you will confuse a lot. Many some are giving direct answer. Super, nice. Answer is A only. A only. Look at carefully. They are asking correct statement. In short run, total fixed cost is equal to 0. Change in fixed cost will be 0 because fixed cost will not be changing in short run. Total cost equal to change in total cost. They are saying fixed cost will not change in the short run. In the short run, fixed cost will not change. In the short run, whatever a change in total cost which is happening, it is because entirely of changing variable cost alone. That is correct. If average fixed cost means fixed cost per unit, fixed cost per unit increases, if decrease in average fixed cost, if there is a decrease in fixed cost per unit, it will be increasing the variable cost per unit. It will be increasing the average variable cost. But ultimately, total cost per unit remain constant because one is decreasing, one is increasing. Ultimately, total cost remain constant. Which of the following statement is true? Three exposures are there: transaction, economic exposure, operating exposure are the three exposures are there in our finance. Transaction, translation, economic. Answer is option number D. Why it is D? Let me explain. Transaction exposure. It is related to all foreign currencies denominated contractual transactions. Means whatever the transaction which are happened between the two country related companies. So it is denominated in foreign currencies. And transaction exposure related to change in accounting income and balance sheet due to the change in exchange rate. Correct. Absolutely, this is correct. And here, economic exposure is an impact on the valuation of the firm. But there somewhere we should disagree with the statement number 2 also. I will tell you what it is exactly. The differentiation we have to know. Differentiation is that we have three kinds of exposure: transaction, translation, economic. Transaction is simply a kind of exchange rate. It pertains to the actual transaction taking place in business in a foreign currency form. Means we should convert that foreign currency type of transaction into Indian currency. Not only that conversion is a part of the translation, but it is not talking about the conversion. Entire transaction that we are doing in the foreign currency format, due to foreign currency, debtors of the sale, payment of the imported goods, it will be very much difficult because we will pay certain in Indian currency and we will receive in some other currency. So that's where the difficulty is getting created in the transaction exposure, which is one of the risks. And accounting exposure is also called as the translation. So where we need to carry out the accounting reporting to the accounting of reporting the shareholders. Reversed in the next year, translation of currency. All the currencies which are there in our trade, we should convert into one currency. That's a translation. Whereas economic is about exposure directly impact on the valuation of the company, valuation of the firm. So it can have a bearings on the assets as well as operating cash flows. This is also called as an operating exposure. Answer is option number A. Yes, unanimous answer. Raw material conversion period plus work in progress plus finished goods plus receivables. This is the operating cycle. We know operating cycle how it will work. Purchase of raw material, production, work in progress, finished goods, debtors, debt collection or a credit payment, finally cash. Next, which is not regarding the duties of auditor. Not correct. Regarding the duties. Saranya, once the June 18th is completed, our focus will be on that exclusively assistant professor answer writing in a descriptive format also. Do not worry. As I told before, till the June 18th, till the UGC net completion, I will not enter into assistant professor one. Whatever extra requirements are there for assistant professor, we will be doing after UGC net exam. 20. Yes, answer is A. Physical verification of fixed assets is not the primary responsibility. It is a secondary responsibility of the auditor. Primary responsibility of physical verification of assets is with the management of the company. It is not the duty of auditor. Which of the following years the Bretton Woods Agreement has been signed by the delegates of 44 nations, which led to establishment of the International Monetary Fund? (1944) it is. Option C. 1944 is the one in which IMF as well as World Bank both are formulated in Bretton Woods Conference. Which is not capable of algebraic treatment of measures of central tendency. A, B, C, D not in sequence. Okay. That's why I've written in a sequence. So generally we have a measures of central tendency are three. Mathematical and positional averages are two categories. One is mathematical averages and second one is positional averages. Positional averages are mean, median, mode, partition values. These three are not capable of, those are not capable of algebraic treatment. That will tell only the position. Whereas mean, arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean will have a capacity. So out of this answer is median and mode are not capable, whereas AM, GM, HM are capable of algebraic. So B and D is the correct answer. Which of the following is non-random sampling? Quota is not. We know that S cube, MCA are random sampling. DSPCQ are the non-random. That is dimensional, snowball, purposive, convenience, quota sampling are the non-random or non-probability sampling methods. Under which of the following categories a partner of a partnership firm will be assessed? Partner of a partnership firm will be assessed under which category? How beautifully has committed a mistake? Actually, NTA answer and you given is correct. It is firm. Absolutely, abruptly, this is the wrong answer. NTA has given it as option C only, but absolutely it is wrong.
On phone pay.
Why it is wrong? By provisions of the income tax itself, as per the income tax filing, it should be individual only. Even though NTA answer is C, but it is wrong. After objection also they have not changed. Please note that NTA has given C answer. That is firm. But question is instead of option A, that is an individual. So here you can see the partner of a firm, partnership, both are assessed separately. Partner is an individual capacity. Firm is a united capacity. They need to file different income tax return. ITR 3 for the partners, 4 is for the partnership firm and LLP. ITR 3 for individual partner. With respect to their incomes, they have to file a different category of assessment. Right? Once the tax is paid by the partnership firm, partner no need to pay, but he need to file the return. Partner no need to pay the tax again on the same income, but he need to file income tax return. So answer should be A. But they given it as C. You are also reading it as C. 1 hour successfully completed. Please do hit the like button if you like a session. And you can hit a dislike button if you don't like it. Section number 319 is discussing about amalgamation, reconstruction and absorption. If you look at the remaining sections also, section 320, distribution of property of a company, 410 related to constitution of appellate tribunal, that is NCLT, and 502 is an number, as there are only up to 470 sections in the company law. So 502 section is not there. Addend rules 1953 related to which of the following? Famous. We have to answer as an individual only. Answer C. Yes. Addend rules are related to double taxation relief between the India and Aden. It was a country here. Government of India has issued a notification in 1953, 24th of March, to make a double taxation avoidance between the two countries of Aden as well as in India. The people of Democratic Republic of Yemen, which is previously called as an Aden, they got independence in 1967. After the independence, this double taxation avoidance agreement got ended between India and this Yemen. Which of the following statement is false? Wow, such a easy statement is given to identify it as false. No need to put efforts also. Answer is outrightly B, because it is not the regression coefficient of independent of change and origin, change of scale and origin. That is correlation. It should be correlation is both independent, whereas regression is not. Incorrect statement from the given below. Incorrect statement from the given below. Answer is option D. 270 T-bills were introduced in 2006. Wrong. You can look at the chronology. I will tell you the chronology entirely. 91 T-bills on weekly basis introduced in first time 1950. So in 1950 only they discontinued again. Again ad hoc 91 introduced in 97, which is discontinued. 91 tab bills are introduced later in 1997. The question which was asked in the same session previously, that is regarding this only. And 182 T-bills on weekly auction introduced and removed. So if you look at now, before the introduction of 14 days T-bills in 1996 and 97, which were abolished? Before the introduction of this one, which were abolished exactly? Which were abolished? 1997 March, 91 days T-bills on tap were abolished. Later in 1997, immediately 14 days T-bills were introduced. That's the question meaning. Now 360 T-bills introduced, till it is continuing. 91 days introduced, till it is continuing. 180 day bills introduced and discontinued. Again reintroduced in April 2005. It is continuing. So these three bills are now continuing, and 14 days T-bills also there now. 14 days T-bills also there, even though it is discontinued in 2001. Sometimes they may ask that. In one of the question it was there. TDS certificate. Actual answer is not available right now. Answer is B. Answer is B. It is not A. How come A by? They said non-salary form 16. Form 16 is for salary. For non-salary 16A, correct. For sale of property 16B. For rent it is 16C. So B, C, D should be the correct answer. Out of the available option, that is C and D is there. Even B and C is also correct. But NTA, fortunately they have not agreed for the option D. Answer should be both the B and the D. That is B, C, D are the correct answer. If you look at the forms of TDS, for a salary payment form 16, non-salary 16A, so property B and rent is C. And every point on a straight line demand curve, point elasticity are equal. Rectangular hyperbola shaped demand curve, the point elasticities are not equal. So here on every point it should be not equal. That this not equal should be here. And here on the equal to rectangular hyperbola, like this point elasticity will be there. Wherever elasticity equal to 0, like this rectangular hyperbola. So here it is all are equal. So that's where the rectangular hyperbola will get formed. But here more than 1, equal to 1, or more than 1, or nearby 1, like that, less than 1, nearby 1, 0, 1. All are different elasticities will be existed, not all equal. Sometimes that statement will give a doubt for ourselves. Answer is option number B. B is the given answer. Yes. So first, decide the company value proposition to the customer. Later, select the best channel design and network strategy. After that, develop operational excellence, forecasting and warehouse management. Finally, implement the plan. So the sequence is like this. First, marketing logistics. Supply chain management need to decide. Value network, which is given in the question. Demand chain planning. Market logistic planning has posted. Deciding on company value proposition to its customer. And best channel design. Which channel you are going to use it for the logistic purpose. Operational excellence and sales forecasting, warehouse management. How much time is required to rotate the operating cycle. Materials management. Implementing the solution that we have decided in developing the operational excellence. So this is the sequence, generally 4-step process. In the last marathon also I told this. Cyber attacks may occur in the process of mobile banking. Backdoor attack, front door attack, denial of service attack, direct access attack. Answer is given as an option D. A, C, D. Backdoor, denial of service, direct access. Because banking they are asking. Related to banking, the cyber attacks. Cyber attack. Frontal attack is in the competition point of view. Here, direct access means by installing the virus, Worms are the Trojans through network are misusing the physical access. That is one way. Denial of service means, so they will send us so many fake bots or fake users to the mobile banking of a particular bank or the online banking of particular bank website, so that very large number of users will be visiting at a time. It will be leading into crash of that website or something, or services will break down. It shows a non-response error. Backdoor is a bypass of normal authentication security to the computer system. A successful attack enables attacker to remotely issue the system command. Means somewhere setting in some other place, he can able to command our system, our computer system. That is a backdoor attack. Not directly, it is indirect. Hijacking, simply. Hijack of our computer. 6% is the risk-free return. Beta value is 1.5. We should calculate the cost of equity or capital. Answer for this question is option number B. Yes, it is B. It is B. Why? Jet test is a large size sample generally. Jet test is large size sample, which is significance of difference between the two large size sample is a point. ANOVA, analysis of variance, comparing the difference in the mean values of more than two samples, parametric, ANOVA. Because ANOVA is a parametric data, we know, parametric test it is. Whereas chi-square test is related to between the two attributes association, testing the significance. Crucial values is the third one. Difference of mean values more than two sample group, which is non-parametric. Whereas chi-square is the goodness of fit test, which is true. The sum of the deviation from the mean by ignoring the algebraic signs is greater than the sum of the deviation of the median. And standard deviation is independent of change of origin and change of scale. In symmetrical distribution, mean deviation is equal to 4/5 of the standard deviation. We have the formula 10 is to 12 is to 15. And in symmetrical, a bell-shaped distribution is quartile deviation, 1/3 of the standard deviation. We have one thing, sir, actually. Quartile deviation equal to 2/3 of the standard deviation. As well as mean deviation will be there. Mean deviation equal to 4/5 of the standard deviation. So answer will be option number B. Correct. It is B, A and C. A statement is correct. Sum of the deviation from the mean is equal to, so mean is greater than the sum of the deviation from the median, because mean is more than the median based on that logic. And statements of A, B, C, D. Numbering mistake is there. And C, symmetrical mean deviation equal to 4/5 of the standard deviation. Numbering, I'll rectify, don't worry. Audit report, qualified report, examine the valuation and disclosure, access to records of the company and its subsidiaries, misstatement in the prospect of the company. A for this question. Because if the firm is prepared to incur the increased cost on transportation, it may position to reduce their inventory cost. Whenever they are ready to increase the cost on transportation, inventory holding cost means they need no need to maintain any warehousing or in go down rent, all this will be reduced. That is correct. In such case, firm can use the fastest mode of transportation, where the goods can be moved from one place to another place without stopping in a warehouses, go downs. So it will be reducing the cost of inventory, which is unmindful cost of transportation. It's correct only. Size of market, demographic, export oriented units and multinational corporations. Size of the market is the third one, which is macro environment, the size of the market. Demographic is a non-economic, because demographic is related to the public who are the customers who are buying different demographic profile. C2, export oriented foreign trade policy. Multinational is a globalization of the business. Which of the following assumptions the theory of consumer behavior are a cardinal utility not based? What is that option? D. Yes, it is D. Diminishing marginal utility of money is not an assumption of the cardinal, because there is a ordinal utility. There is a ordinal utility. Whereas cardinal utility, which is measured in number, that is indifference curve theory. So if you look at main assumptions of cardinal utility, rationality, and it should be measurable in number, cardinal number. Marginal utility of money remain constant. Diminishing marginal utility. If you look at here, diminishing marginal utility of money they state. If it is only diminishing marginal utility, it would have been correct. Independent utilities and introspection method will be followed in the cardinal approach. Informal group communication system is called informal. Money always constant. It will not reduce. So answer is B. Grapevine. Informal communication is called as an grapevine, which is rumor mongering or else rumors, informal type, which is a casual discussion. What are the drivers of globalization? Popularity, population mobility, especially of labor, financial flows, exporting, assembly operation. Which will be a drivers of globalization, which are driving it to go globally across the world. Actually, labor, we can move from one place to another. India to USA, USA to Australia, Australia to anywhere we can able to move the labor. Financial flows also can be moved from one place to another place. From one place to another place. But the question is about which is driving the globalization, which is driving the globalization, which is making a force to go global. This is one of the mode of entering into international business. This is not the driver, sir. Question is about the driver, which is driving, exporting, importing are modes. Franchising, licensing, joint venture, those are the modes, but not the driver. Answer is given as in C. That is A and B. Financial flows can be moved from because of the FDI and FPI, foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment. Financial flow is moving from one country to another. That is another one driver. Second is that labor can be moved from one place to another, which is also a driver for globalization, which is a force. These are the forces to go globally to do the business. Next. Which of the following are true about the conditions according to the Sale of Goods Act? The title, description, quiet possession, encumbrances. Encumbrances is like a mortgage type. Answer is option number D is a given answer. A and B. Only A as well as B they have mentioned. In question they are asking about conditions as per the sale of goods. So condition means generally the main purpose of the contract. That is a condition. Warranty is additional. The collateral to the main contract is a warranty usually. So the title and the description is mandatory condition for any type of sale. In e-commerce, the key element of an effective website community refers to the key element. Answer is option number B. Here, suppose there is an Amazon website, sir. Amazon website, why are you purchasing more from that only? Because it is effective in Amazon, Flipkart are effective in choosing everything. So the way your website is enabling the user to user communication. One user, another user is communicating via reviews, whether this product is useful or not. If you open the review for every product, there is a list of reviews who already bought the product and given positive, negative review. Based on that, the customers also will be interested to buy your product. So whenever user to user communication, when you make it easy, that e-commerce platforms will be working more effectively. Which of the following is not correct according to the Consumer Protection Act? Come on, boost up. We are at last 20 minutes of this session. Answer is 3. District forum shall be having 4 members. Wrong. You can see the composition. Composition for the court. Each district forum consists of a person who is qualified to be a district judge or the president. Will be a president, district judge. 2 other members will be there. 2 other members will be there, and out of that, 1 should be a woman. So 4 members is wrong. Only 3 members. Contract of sale of goods. And here, sale of goodwill after the dissolution. Dissolution of partnership related it is. Buyback, we are purchasing our own, which is share capital of the company. Promissory note is a negotiable instrument. Very much direct question. Which is correct with related to CSR? The benefits of CSR. Yes, correct answer is option B. Option B. B and D. To supply the goods at a reasonable prices even there is a seller's market. To supply the goods at a reasonable prices even when there is a seller's market. D. To improve an opportunity for being heard and redressing the genuine grievances. Opportunity for being heard and redressing the genuine grievances. Generally, efficiency of the business operation is nothing to deal with the CSR. That is related to operations of business. Generally happens of a life of a public limited company. Yes, answer will be D. You are correct. Because in the life of a public limited company, how it will be? Usually, preliminary expenditure will be incurred for any company before forming a company. Whatever the expenditure that we incur is called as a preliminary expenditure. And B, later, firm will be incorporated later. After that, it will be issuing a equity shares to the promoters first to be included in the subscribers of the memorandum. Later, company will go for the public issue, IPO. That's a regular process, which is not entitled to. The indemnity holder not entitled to. Indemnity holder not entitled to. So the damages for the liability incur which is not absolute. When the liability is not even absolute, means not a real damage, then he is not eligible to entitle that type of loss to be compensated by the indemnifier. So here damages for the liability incurred which is not absolute, only which is absolute damages will be paid by the indemnifier to the holder. Indian accounting standard contain some carve-outs. Look at the wording. Some carve-outs means taken a deviation from the IFRS with some changes applied in India. Okay. Financial statements are prepared in India with the Indian accounting standard will not be IFRS complement. Will not be IFRS complement. Answer is B. Why? Financial statements in India in accordance with the Indian accounting standard. It is not IFRS complement one. And whatever IFRS standards are there, we are taking forward some deviation to implement in India. This is correct, this is correct. But due to this, we are preparing accordance with the Indian accounting standard. Is it the reason for making IFRS forwards in India? No. The individual statements are correct only, but one is not inferring the other. Last 10 questions. We are at 50. Come on, we are at end almost. Don't give up, don't give up. Answer is A. Yes, it is A. Because in case of short run cost behavior, MC intersect the AC at its minimum. This is the MC and this is the AC. So MC is intersecting, MC is intersecting AC minimum point in short run. While AC continues to decrease, then MC begins to rise. At this point, MC begins to rise. Also, when AC is minimum, it is neither increasing nor decreasing. It is constant when AC is constant. Here it is. If it is equal to MC at the point of intersection, we call this as point of intersection. The curve. Based on that, many questions are there, sir, previously also. Simply based on the relationship between AC and MC. Sum of the total values of two variables x and y is equal to all the observations. The values of coefficient of correlation between x and y is. For this question, option B is the given answer because they are saying one is increasing, other is decreasing. In this situation, correlation will always be negative. When one is upward, one is in downward. That is increasing and decreasing, it is B. Here simply in the entire Cobb-Douglas production function formula. Sorry, it is not Cobb-Douglas. In this production function formula, there are three parameters. L, K, A, alpha, beta are there. They are called as in what? Constant elasticity substitution function, variable and Leontief type Cobb-Douglas function. Because Cobb-Douglas is different. This is related to Cobb-Douglas is A into alpha, alpha power A and beta power A, beta power B, or else A power alpha, B power beta. That is Cobb-Douglas. So this is related to, usually this is related to constant elasticity substitution production function. Constant elasticity substitution function. Entire formula is related to that only. We have mainly three production functions. That is Cobb-Douglas production function, constant elasticity substitution function, and also Leontief production function is there. TDS related. This is Damak Karab. So much chaos has been created by NTA at that time. So I will only give you the answer for this. Answer given by NTA is C, but actual answer is this A. Why? A and B. Winning is 30% correct. In both it is A only. But when it comes to insurance commission, it is 10% correct. They given rent of furniture is 5%, which is wrong. So why it is wrong? Rent of furniture TDS is rent of furniture, which is TDS is 2% only. If it is plant and machinery, 2%. If it is land and building furniture also, furniture fitting also 10%. But the question is specifying 5%, which is wrong. D statement is wrong. So it is 5% is incorrect. Rent of furniture either 2% or 10%. And insurance commission is 10%. That's why instead of it should be A and B correct, which is not a factor contributing to management by objective program failure. Why it is getting failure? Answer is given as A, and it is A only. Why? Every time you keep on changing the goals, you have to consistently maintain the same goals to and try your best to achieve that goal. But if you keep on altering or changing the goals, then management objective program will be failure only. Once you allotted a goal, you should try your best to complete that goal. When you are can't able to achieve, you should not change the goal. You should change the process of that achieving the goal. So because of that, it's a failure program, which is not a correct statement. Which is not a correct statement. So answer is C. Actually, 1972, once Bangladesh got independence, the State Bank of Dhaka State Bank is working as a reserve bank for the central bank Bangladesh. So they said our Reserve Bank of India is acting as a central bank for the Bangladesh 72 to 75, which is wrong statement. They got independence in 72 itself. So how we will become a reserve bank there, central bank there? Ascending order of their year of establishment. So answer is actually export and import. This National Housing Bank 1987 it was established. Export and import 1981. NABARD 1982 and 1963 or 64. 1964 it is Unit Trust of India. So it should be D and B, C, A. DBCA. Option C is the given answer. Companies that are becoming skilled in CRM focus on understanding the perceived performance and buyer's expectation, giving benefits to the customers by reducing the cost, developing programs to attract and retain the right customers and meeting the individual needs of valued customers, giving quality in features and characteristics of a product or a service that bear on ability to satisfy the stated or implied needs. Answer is C. Because every time we should try to satisfy the individual needs of the customer to retain them for a longer period. That's the main CRM activity. 58. The theories that explain the formation of informal groups are to include informal group theories. Group formation theories are there now. Propinquity, similarity or balance, displacement, need for achievement theory. Informal theories. So your answer is A, B, C. D is not correct. A, B, C are the correct. Whereas need for achievement theory is a motivational theory. It's a motivational theory of management, not the group formation theory. Next, which one is odd one out? Economic policies, economic planning, socio-cultural factors, macroeconomic scenario. Yeah, this is too bad question it is. Actually, answer is C. Because socio-economic isn't one of the macro external factor. Or else directly this isn't macro factor. Macro factor. And your economic policies, economic planning, macroeconomic scenario are also external factors. These are in a broader perspective. But socio-culture is one of the external environmental factor. One of the external environment. We can say like that. Question number 1. In which of the following stages of the product life cycle a company reduces the sales promotion to take advantage of heavy consumer demand? Heavy consumer demand. Company reduces sales promotion, means they are not going to do the sales promotion. We have a total four levels of product life cycle will be there. That is introduction stage, after that growth stage, maturity stage, and decline stage will be there. 4 stages. So in which stage sales promotion will be less? Answer will be option number 2, that is in the growth stage. Why it is growth stage is a question. See, whenever we are bringing our product for the first time into the market, we do rigorous promotion. We will put heavy investment on the sales promotion to bring our brand into the consumer's mind. The awareness of the brand need to be created, and product features and all is important to tell to the users or the consumers who are willing to buy. So that is in the introduction stage. We will have a heavy sales promotion or advertising cost will be there. So whatever the investment that you made it in the introduction stage for the promotion, the output means this promotion result will be getting in the growth stage. That's why in the growth stage you no need to put the investment for the sales promotion again. This already you made it. This result will come in the growth stage. That is why every company will try their best to reduce the sales promotion cost in the second stage, which is the growth stage, as they have invested already in the introduction. That result will come in the growth stage. Due to that, heavy demand will be there in the growth stage, sales will increase, but sales promotion cost will reduce. Why? Already we invested in the last stage. That will give a output over here. If you can look at the total product life cycle here, in the introduction stage, growth stage, maturity and declining, at the last you can able to see. Sales promotion uses heavy sales in the introduction. Heavy sales promotion will be made in the introduction. And in advertising also will be building a product awareness by incurring a cost or investment on the advertisement. Sales promotion cost will reduce to take advantage of heavy consumer demand, as it is question statement. Third, again we will increase the sales promotion cost to make a brand switching approach. Again in the final stage it will reduce. As per section 80G, what will be the maximum? Section 80G, what will be the maximum deduction allowed for any cash donations that you made? Answer will be okay. For this also you are going wrong. Huh? Very good. So answer is option number 2. It's 2000. It's 2000. Maximum 2000 only will be allowed. So answer is maximum up to 2000. If you have made any cash donation, that will be allowed as a deduction under section 80G. But if it is more than 2000, that deduction will not be taken into account. If you look at 80G, most important with respect to donations. So donation made to specific fund which are approved under 80G section. The amount paid by any other mode other than cash, less than or equal to cash is allowed. But more than 2000 rupees, if you made it in the form of the cash, nothing will be allowed as deduction. And if you are donating in the form of kind also, that donation is also not available for the deduction purpose. Mercosur, a South American trade bloc. Mercosur, a South American trade bloc. There are six levels of integration will be there generally. Regional economic integration, we call it as regional economic integration in international business. So there are 7 layers. First one is that preferential trade agreement. So in this agreement or in this type of economic integration, which is the first level, only on certain goods the agreement will be there between the countries to waive of the duties. There will not be any duty or any taxes between the countries export and imports if they are doing international business, only on certain goods. And there is a next level which is FTA, free trade agreement or area. In the second level, on all the goods there are no tariff barriers or no taxes, nothing between these two countries or who are agreed. And in the third one, we will have a custom union. Custom union means you will not be having any type of taxes or the tariff, but one common external tariff will be followed between these countries and other than member countries. Between the member countries there will be no taxes, nothing. But when they are dealing with other countries, there will be one common external tariff will be followed. The taxes will be common. Whereas common market is a fourth one. All these three features, no taxes between the member countries, and other than member countries there are separate same rate of tax will be followed. Between the countries, the factors of production movement will be free. Means one country to another member country, free movement of factors of production will be there. And the next one will be economic union, the next one will be political union. These are the total 6 levels. In that, Mercosur, which is a South American trade bloc, is related to common market. It's a common market where this is a deeper stage of economic integration. Free goods and services plus movement of factors of production will be there. Means one country to another member country. Member countries will eliminate the tariff among themselves and they'll adopt one common external tariff. Also, free movement of factors of production from one member country to another member country without any duties. All this labor, capital will be transformed from one to another. Which one of the following is not a direct selling company? Which is not a direct selling company? Answer for this question is option number 4. Hindustan Unilever, HUL company. HUL company is not going to It is not going to be a direct selling company. In this, there are distributor, wholesalers, finally the retailers. This chain of command will be there. In Hindustan Unilever or FMCG product companies, distributors, the sequence is important. Whereas Forbes, Modicare, Amway India, but directly they're going to sell their product to the customers, either by online or by keeping their outlets. Directly, their company outlets are available to sell their products. No distributor, nothing. That's why this is not a direct selling company, whereas these three are direct selling companies. Even they use the multi-level marketing approach also, where customer will be the one who will be doing a marketing for you, network marketing. Next question. Which are the following possible negative impact of FDI? Question is about possible negative impact of FDI on domestic firm in host countries. Look at the question. Suppose India is having FDI. If USA had invested in India as part of foreign direct investment. Negative impact of FDI on host countries. Now, which one will be a host country? Our country. Those who invested in India. For them, their country will be the home country and our country will be the host country. Wherever we are investing, that will be a host country. So that country, the negative impact of domestic firms in host country means in India, domestic companies are there now. So by keeping a FDI investment from USA, how domestic companies in India is going to be impacted negatively? That is a question. Very simple question. Answer will be C. Why it is C? We have to identify the reason. So if somebody is coming and investing in India, they can create a monopoly and domestic companies will go away. They have to get into losses. Technology dependence, because our country technology may be less. When we procure the FDI, their technology will come into India. So our technology will be inferior as compared to them because their technology is more upgraded version as compared to us. So we have to depend on their technology now. It is also negative impact to our companies. And your profit outflow. This profit our Indian companies has to take. Now by this foreign company coming into India as part of FDI, the profit of domestic companies will get distributed. It will get distributed. So that is why these three are the negative impact. Increased competition, it can also be an impact, but competition, whether it is domestic or international, it will exist. Increased competition will exist in the business itself. So it is not going to be a negative alone, it can be a positive aspect also. Competition, you need to compete either with the domestic or the international firms at any case. Actually, this can also be taken into account, but most appropriate is that A, B, D. If you consider the C, then you have to eliminate the A. A is the major one here. Next, the strategies of flanking defense, preemptive defense, mobile defense, contractor defense, counter defense used by the market player. Answer will be only B. That is only leader, market leader. The strategies of all these defenses will be used by whom? Leader will be using all the defenses. But each and every defense meaning, let us try to understand. Typically, there are four type of market dominance strategies. If you could look at, market leader is the one who is having dominant over the industry. Like in the telecommunication, Jio is the dominant. Market challenger, who are trying to compete with a leader. That is like a VI or the Airtel in the second position, who are trying to gain the market share. Market follower means they don't want to have a competition with anyone. They want to serve to their customer in a qualitative way, and they want to retain their customer. Like a BSNL and all, they don't go into the competition. So this is a play safe strategy, market follower. Whereas specialist or niche is nothing but focusing on specialized area, like a baby products or baby shopping. First cry is a specialized one, niche. Now, various defenses in the marketing, if you look at flank defense, preemptive defense. Flank defense is a competitive marketing strategy used by the leader only. All the strategies will be used by the leader to identify and strengthen their own weak points. Suppose I am a competitor in the market. I have to identify my strength, my weaknesses. I will be using this flank defense strategy. So market segment where underperforming, where I am performing well, to know that one, we will use this flank defense. Preemptive defense, when the market is segmented and one of the segment is not catered well. So suppose there are various segments, broadband connectivity is there, Jio SIM direct connection is there, postpaid is there, prepaid is there. So competitor is not serving well in the broadband. So that's why Jio come up with the Jio Fiber. Airtel doesn't have a proper broadband. Other companies doesn't have a proper broadband. Now Jio come up with a Jio Fiber. Later Airtel come up with the Extreme. So like that, preemptive, wherever competitor is lagging in that segment, I will go and set up my own business in that. That is preemptive. Mobile defense is where the market leader shifting a domain to new territories. I am working in Telangana now. Now I may shift it to, I wanted to set up my business in other state also. That is an generally mobile defense. It will serve as a future center for the defense or offense. Next, contractor defense. It is a competitive strategy in which market leader withdraw from a market segment. If I am not performing well in particular segment, I will take back my investment and I'll come back from the competition. I will withdraw from the competition. That is contractor. Counter offensive means the strategy used when the market leader is attacked by the other company. When the market leader is attacked by the other company, the counter offensive, you will be giving a counter to their strategy. This involves a market leader will attack the attacker in its main territories so that they will have to put back some resources. So attack on the attack is a counter attack simply. They are doing something to counter them. These people do in reverse. Next question. Sir, if you don't want to listen to the explanation, you may leave this session. So that is not a problem at all. But the commerce session explanation will be long only, some more lengthy. Herbert, preventing or reducing dissatisfaction at work is not the same as providing a satisfaction. Two-factor theory, job satisfaction and dissatisfaction are the two different aspects of motivation. Answer will be option 1. Why it is 1? Again, many people are going wrong. It's 1, clear cut. Giving satisfaction, decreasing the dissatisfaction. Both should not be treated as the same. I have done my duty. I have completed my target in this month. That will give a satisfaction to me. On the other side, next person. This person, very like demotivated by the manager in the last month. Now he is coming and consoling this person. Alright, don't worry, in corporate it will be like that only. So don't get demotivated like that. Whether he tried to reduce the dissatisfaction and by consoling that person. The satisfaction of a first person, the reduction of a dissatisfaction of the second person. Is it treated as the same? Is it treated as the same? No. Both cannot be one and the same. Reducing the dissatisfaction, increasing the satisfaction, both are different. It's like coming from -1 to 0 and 1 to 10. This is satisfaction. This is dissatisfaction. We are trying to reduce it. According to the two-factor theory, which is Herbert's theory, two-factor X and Y theory also will be there. Job satisfaction, dissatisfaction are two different aspects. They are here. If you can reduce, the job dissatisfaction factors are called as hygiene factors. Satisfaction factors are called as motivator factors. This will motivate our achievement, our recognition, our responsibility, our work. All this will be motivating. The improvising the motivator factor increase the job satisfaction. Whereas the hygiene factor, if you improve those hygiene factor, it will reduce the dissatisfaction. But both are not one and the same. There is a dialogue in Telugu. Both are not same. Answer for the question. Fast. Answer is, please do hit a like button guys if you like a session. Answer is, they're asking which is true in case of partnership. In case of partnership, any firm which earn normal profit doesn't have goodwill. Obviously, if a normal hero movie releases, collection suppose say 1 crore. But if a Prabhas movie or a superstar Mahesh Babu movie, if it releases, then the collection will be per day, it may be 10 crore. The difference between this and this, he is a normal hero, he is a superhero. He is having already goodwill, he is having already worth, he is more famous, he is having a reputation separately. That's why he is 10 times more as compared to a normal hero. So any firm who has a normal profit will not have any goodwill. Any firm who have a super profit, they will have a goodwill. The super profit is 9 lakhs year. That is because of the goodwill only. Next question. ATGG, GGA, GGB, GGC. Wow. Perfectly, majority are going wrong in a direction. Proper wrong direction you are going. I request you to read the question thoroughly. Come to your conclusion by looking at the options. Do not abruptly answer by looking at the first statement or first list itself. I'll just give you 𝐴𝐷𝐺G under section 𝐴𝐷. There are deductions will be available from 𝐴𝐷C to 𝐴𝐷U. 𝐴𝐷𝐺G, if we have made any rent payment to the landlord, that will be allowed as a deduction subject to condition under section number 10 13A, section 10 13A of exemption, because this is also related to house rent allowance, this is also related to house rent allowance. Deduction will be any one only allowed. 𝐴𝐷𝐺GA, if you made a donation or a payment towards a scientific research purpose, if you have made any payments or a donation, then it will be allowed as a deduction subject to section 35 of PGBP head. Section 35 will be related to scientific research. Now GGB, grant given to BJP. Whenever the BJP is coming, GGB, any company giving donation to political parties, then it is GGB. That donation amount will be allowed as a deduction 100%. Grant given to Congress, see, those who are in ruling now, company will give a donation to ruling party, and those who are not in ruling, all other than company, any other than company like individual, HUF, anybody is giving contribution to political party, then GGC will apply. So option A is the correct answer. Rent paid, GGA is for scientific research, GGB is for company to political party, other than company to political party, GGC. You may look it over here. 𝐴𝐷 GG here. 𝐴𝐷 GG, house rent paid, and 𝐴𝐷 GGB, company contribution, GGC, contribution to political party. Okay, and GGA also there, na? GGA, I think it is not there here. Oh, anyway, no problem. Surcharge of 10% is payable by individual where the total income exceeds. B for company, C for other than company. I. Option C is the correct answer. Up to 50 lakh, there is no surcharge. Up to 50 lakh, there is no surcharge. Nil. 50 lakh to more than 50 lakh. Not even equal. If it is more than 50 lakh, and up to 10 crore. So 10 up to 1 crore. Then it will be 10%. More than 1 crore to 2 crore, it will be 15%. More than 2 crore, Sida, it will be 25%. Previously, more than 2 crore to 10 crore, there was a 37%. Now it is removed entirely. Amendment has been taken place in 2023 and 2024 also ratified that one. 10%, 15%, and more than 2 crore directly straight away 25% on the individual HUF BOI agent. Arbitrage pricing theory, APT. It is same as similar to the Modigliani-Miller. Please do hit a like button and must and should enroll to 8 days commerce revision, re-exam revision with a previous year question. Total 10 papers are going to be solved from November 2021 to December 2023 in this 8 days. So must and should enroll to that one, just a 339 rupees only. And paper 1 also, majority questions are repeating, sir. Majority questions are repeating from December 2023, June 2023. Same topic questions are coming. So please do utilize that 339 course effectively, where 1200 questions have been solved. Answer is 4. What does it mean? You should understand. Arbitrage pricing theory depends on the concept of one small layman version. Buying at a cheaper rate. I am buying the lemon. There is a Mirchi movie, we call it. The boy will purchase from the old man for 10 rupees, 5 lemons he will buy. And he will say that the lemons are Kashmir lemons or some lemons, Shimla lemons. Then he will sell the other customers at the same place at a 30 rupees, 5 lemons, like that he will sell. So he bought it 5 lemons for 10 rupees. He sold it for 30 rupees, 5 lemons. Now 20 rupees is the ultimate profit he gained. Buying at a cheaper market, selling at a high priced or dearer market is called as simply arbitrage pricing theory. In this arbitrage pricing theory, the given points are important. When we are doing it at a larger scale in the economy, the factors which will influence this transaction of buying and selling are macroeconomic factors will be there. First, we should identify the macroeconomic factor who are influencing the entire arbitrage transaction. Later, each and every factor sensitivity will be there. Like a price is influencing 60%, whereas sentiments of the investors are influencing 20%. This is nothing but sensitivity. Means each and every factor which we identify, how much they are investing proportionately on the final decision. Those are factor sensitivity. Every factor will have their own risk. Price related factor is one risk, and there is a economic boom or economic fall down also having some risk, and even sensitivity of the customer or else customer sentiment also will be one factor. So that is also having some risk. We need to identify the risk is there for each and every factor. Then we combine all the things to make a final decision to go for the arbitrage implementation or not. Option 4 is the correct answer. CAB, sequence. Very perfectly, everybody going wrong for every question. It's very bad to see at this stage. Very, very bad to see. For every question you are going wrong. Think once where we are. Answer is option number 2. It's B. It's B. Generally, if I get a buying at a lesser price, I will go for buy. If I am getting a less price for leasing, I will go for a lease. So buying an asset, if the equivalent annual cost of ownership and operation is less than the lease, obviously I'll go for buying an asset if my lease payment is less. Sorry, if my buying payment is less than the lease payment, then I'll go for the buying only rather than leasing. Operating leases attractive to equipment users if the lease payment is less than the buying option, then I'll go for the lease only, like operating lease or financial lease. Accordingly, I'll go for it. Ultimately, I look for the lesser cost of investment to make anything. But both are individually correct. Is this operating lease is a reason for making this buying option? Individual statements are standing very true. But the second statement, always in assertion reasoning, this should be a cause for this effect. But is it true in this context of the question? This is not the cause for this effect. Neither this is also a cause for this effect. So in this case, these individual statements are individually true. When you connect, you can't establish a reason for another. That's why option 2 is the appropriate answer for this. Next, it will be. First of all, you should know what is consumer rationality in business economics. Consumer rationality means the rate. Who is called as a rational consumer? Who is well aware about what he wanted to consume, or with all the perfect knowledge about the market and the product that he is going to consume. Non-satiation means every consumer wants to attain a maximum benefit or a satisfaction out of the product or a service. He knows very well because he is a rational one who thinks very well. Decision maker, proper decision maker, rational means. So he knows the clarity of the preferences, which product need to buy, which product or which service need to buy. He knows very well. Indivisibility of the goods, indivisibility of the goods and services, indivisibility, not the divisibility. Divisibility means you are buying a product one, later you are taking a product two. No, indivisible means which you cannot able to separate it. This is wrong. Economic for a selfish motive. Economic selfish motive. You are buying a product or service for your satisfaction, not for others. So in economics, the consumer point of view, it is a selfish motive only and should have a proper knowledge about the market. Then only we call them as rational consumer. If it doesn't have information about the product or the market, then he is not a rational one. He has to get the information about it. So A, B, D, E, except a third C statement, all are correct. The regression coefficient is independent of change. Regression coefficient is independent of change of. It is only B. See, regression coefficient are independent in change of origin only. Whereas correlation is it's an independent of origin as well as scale both. It's a most important analysis, which is correlation. Regression is independent of origin, but it is dependent on the scale. Which of the following statements explains the difference between enculturation, acculturation? Enculturation, acculturation. Difference between enculturation, acculturation. Let me explain the concept first. Later you will understand the context. Enculturation refers to if I follow my own culture, if I am learning about my own culture, that is enculturation. If I am working in some other company and that company is having certain other culture of other country, so to survive in that company, I have to learn that country culture. That is acculturation. Enculturation refers to learning of own culture. Acculturation refers to the learning of host country or host cultural norms. So different cultures we will be learning because to survive in that company. That is acculturation. But the first statement is ulta. Enculturation they given as host cultural, which is wrong. Acculturation as own. It is ulta. Actually, that is the. Enculturation is anthropological. Actually, cross-cultural training is a point. Cross-cultural means where people come from a different cultures but united by the workplace and they are working together, they are taking a training together. So in that process, they'll understand each other, they'll understand each other culture. It means socialization. They are maintaining a relationship, network building, socialization. Enculturation is an anthropological, which is human relation term, used for socialization like acculturation. So enculturation will be used for making acculturation. By following your own culture, you should also adopt other culture. Both terms is a process of learning the social interaction. People come from different parts. Now we are meeting in the YouTube. We are connected by our topic. We are connected by our exam. But your culture is different. My culture is different. Ultimately, we are in the process of learning of our different cultures under one. That is social interaction. Option 3. Which is not correct about the properties of correlation coefficient. Answer for this question will be option. They're saying not correct about the properties of correlation. Just now I have told about the correlation property also. Correlation is independent of both now. They said dependent on the origin, it is not. Dependent on the scale, it is not. Dependent on the both, it is not. These three are not the properties of correlation because they are saying all are dependent. Correlation coefficient is independent of both origin and scale. Both origin and scale, both. So that's why they said independent with respect to origin. This is also wrong. This is also wrong. Not correct, na? Achha, independent with respect to origin is correct only. This is correct. This is correct. So ABC is wrong. Option C. Why this is wrong? I explained, but I read it wrong. So this both are correct. D and E are correct statement. These three are wrong statement. Sorry. Bayes theorem, conditional probability, theory of complementary events. First of all, addition theorem, Bayes theorem. Bayes is multiplication, addition is adding. Answer for this question is option number 4. Some are correct. Actually, theory of addition, if you look at adding, probability of A plus B. This is second. So there are 3 options who are D with 2. Bayes theorem is a third one. This is usually Bayes theorem will talk about happening of one event and making a relationship between. So if this happens, what about this relation? So on happening of probability of A, relationship between A and B. If on happening of probability B, relationship between A and B. So both will be part of Bayes theorem. Right? A will be no, A will be fourth. A will be fourth. On happening of this event, the relationship between this A and B. On happening of this B, relationship between A and B. This is Bayes theorem. Quite opposite to this will be this will be conditional probability, because Bayes theorem conditional probability will be more or less one and the same, because under the one only we will discuss. When we reverse this, on happening of this event, what is the relationship between two elements here? Intersection, here also intersection. But complementary will talk about if one event occurs, other will not occur. So both cannot occur at a time, which is excluding one from the whole probability is complementary events. Option D. You can see here. Bayes theorem will talk about an event which is based on prior knowledge of the condition. Prior knowledge, you know this condition. If this condition is satisfied, then what will be the probability? The conditional probability event, E2 here, is the probability that event will occur given the knowledge that E1 has already been occurred. If this is already been occurred, then what is the probability of occurrence of E2? If E1 is already occurred, that's a condition attached on occurrence of something which is done. This is about knowledge about, prior knowledge about one event, we are estimating a probability of occurrence. Next question. This question is very simple question. Regular sequence, simply to say. First of all, any marketing process, the sequence, if you can see. Still only 2 to 3 people are answering. Also, there are almost more than 35 plus members are there. But still you are able to answer. Only 4-5 members are active. Remaining people, they are watching like a movie only. Answer is 4. C. First one is understanding the marketplace and customer. So marketing main objective is that understanding the needs and wants of the customer. Later, for meeting these needs and want, we should have a proper marketing strategies required. Proper marketing strategies required to meet this, to create a customer value. After that, this is 1, this is 2. Construct an integrated marketing program that delivers a value. The value which we created, which program will be delivering this value? Create that type of superior value strategy. Later, engage the customer and build profitable relationship. CRM is required. Customer relationship management, where we can satisfy the customer. Finally, capture the value from the customer to create a profits and customer equity. Value from the customer means we are in a position to convince the customer about our product and service and the pricing. Then they will be retaining with us only. This is a general marketing process will go on. If you look at the sequence also like this. Understanding the needs and wants, designing a proper customer driven marketing strategy, construct a superior marketing plan, build a profitable relationship, capturing a value from the customers. 5-step process. Which of the following price adjustment strategies a company reduces price to reward customer responses such as volume, the quantity purchase, and paying early bird discount. Early bird discounts will be there now, that is. So which type of pricing it is? Very simple. Which type of pricing? Pricing is discount allowance to get our amount back early. We are offering early bird discount. If you buy more quantity, we'll give more discount. And or else if you are paying early, instead of taking 30 days, if you pay within single day, or if you pay now, I'll give a 2% or 1% extra discount. That is discount and allowance pricing. Next is that last and final question of this today's session. Gratuity received by government employees exempted from the tax under section 10(10)(1). Gratuity received by local authority employee is exempted from the tax. 1. Statement 1 and 2 are true. If you can look at the gratuity provision as per the Income Tax Act section 10 subsection 10(1), gratuity they received when they are in service, now during the service, fully taxable, that amount of gratuity. If it is retirement or death time, if you are receiving the gratuity, a lump sum amount at the time of retirement or death, then if it is in the hands of the central government employees or members of civil services, local authority, fully exempted under section 10 subsection 10(1). Whereas other than these employee categories, then we need to check who are covered by Payment of Gratuity Act, who are not covered by the Payment of Gratuity Act. Then if they are covered under the Payment of Gratuity Act, there are 3 limits. In these 3 limits, whichever is lower will be exempted, remaining gratuity amount will be taxable. But maximum exemption is 20 lakhs for the lifetime of an employee. Right? Either 20 lakhs are actual gratuity received, either 20 lakh are actually gratuity received. In both the cases, 2 are safe. Last one will be deferred. Average here, average salary. 15 days average salary will be taken. 15 days. But 1 month salary, how will they count? 15 divided by 26. 1 month salary will come into number of years of service. Number of years of service. Average salary of 1 month into number of years of service will be getting certain amount. And here 15 by 30 days you will take, full days. Here 4 Sundays will be eliminated. Into number of years of service into that 1 month basic pay. 1 month payment, average salary of 15 days divided by 26. Here 15 by 30 days. Whichever is lower will be exempted, remaining gratuity will be taxable. Answer for this question will be option A. But how it is? There is a rule, right? So we have 5 heads of income. In that, income from house property is the second head. So in that, the calculation of tax on the house property income will be based on gross annual value. From this gross annual value only, we will deduct the municipal tax which is paid by the owner. We will get a net annual value. From that, we will be having 2 types of deduction, number A, number B, right? So this 24A, 24B we call it as standard deduction will be there, and also there is the interest on borrowed capital will be there. So, but for calculating this gross annual value, what is the procedure? The procedure is very clear. 3-step process will be there. To arrive at a gross annual value, first we will take step 1, either municipal value or fair rental value, whichever is higher. We will get certain value here. This value are standard rent, whichever is lower. Now the third step is that this whatever amount we got it as expected rent or actual rent, whichever is higher, that will be taken, high, low, high. But the question is, they have very cleverly written the statements. First, find out the reasonable expected rent of the property. Right? Expected rent is nothing but this one. Later, find out the rent actually received. That means this one. This one and this one we should identify. Means before this, there are 2 steps. So they have given from the third step onwards. CA, next one is D. D minus B. D minus B is nothing but, sorry, it is D. Find out which one is highest, either expected rent or actual rent, whichever is higher. That is the third step. And B, find out the loss due to vacancy. Suppose here the actual rent is high. From this, loss due to vacancy will be deducted, or unrealized rent will be deducted. Then finally we will be getting the gross annual value. But carefully, another statement also possible here. Once you are calculating this expected rent and actual rent, in this you should remove 2 things. Actual rent is the one you are considering for how much actually received. Or else if you are considering for 12 months, from this you should deduct the loss due to vacancy and unrealized rent also. 2 you need to remove. That's how the calculation will go on, which is option number A is the correct answer. Here you can see. Highest reasonable expected rent, actual rent. From this, we will be deducting unrealized rent as well as loss due to vacancy. Next, question number 2. Think and read the statement multiple times, finally come to a conclusion. Don't directly jump into the conclusion. Answer is C. Ease in the introduction of a new machine. If you introduce a new machine or working with the old machine, what is the importance of incentive in that? Incentive is, it's related to the employees. Incentive is an amount which is motivating the employee to perform well or work more and more for the company, so that output will increase. That's a major motivation. So in this, when you are giving an incentive to the employee, he will motivate to work effectively, so that when he is working effectively, the product equipment will be there. Assets of the company will be utilized by the employee properly to improvise the performance and increase the output. Better utilization of equipment, because employee is also treated as an asset to the organization, and the company is now utilizing the employee and the equipment, the assets or the machinery properly. They are utilizing continuously to produce more output, and it can reduce the absenteeism because you are getting incentive. That's why they will not even don't want to take a leaves also. They will continue to work, so it will reduce the absenteeism and labor turnover. These two are the positive sense which is related to the incentive. The first one is not even related to the incentive part. Scrap introduction, increasing scrap is there, which is wrong. Actually, it will reduce the waste. It will eliminate the waste. And increasing scrap is not advantage, first of all. Negative. Please do hit a like button, guys. This question is related to group development stages and their characteristics in increasing order. Answer is, I hope you must have heard about the norming, storming, these words. There are 5 stages. What are the 5 stages of group development? Anybody remember? Forming, norming, storming will be there now. Performing or joining. There are 5 stages. In that, first one is forming, second one is norming, third one is storming, and fourth one is performing. Adjoining will be the 5th one. So if you could look at, first one is the starting stage of the group, forming the group. All are strangers in the group. Nobody knows to each other. So here members are moderately eager and have positive expectations and anxious about why they are and who other members are. Means introduction. Like when you join into a new course, suppose you join into your PG, post graduation, MCom or MBA. First day of the college, nobody knows to each other. And that is the stage number 1. Everybody is eagerly waiting. Who are our classmates? They are waiting for it. That is a forming stage. They are excited about it. Second one is conflicts start arising due to the differences. Slowly as a friendship develops, the clashes also will come between some people, and between other people maybe bond will be good. So that is the second stage. And the third one will be members begin to resolve whatever the conflicts are coming. They're trying to resolve those differences also. Clarify the purpose of the group and why are we disputing each other, why are we fighting each other. Let us solve the problem. Like that, they will only come to resolutions. And next one is C. That is 4th stage. Highly task oriented. Whenever any type of freshers party or farewell party comes, they'll come together to make it successful. That is a task orientation. Unity in the group will be coming out. Finally, recognition is adjoining. Whoever is performing well in the team or the group will get awarded by the other members in the group. That is option C is the appropriate answer for this. You may look at these stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, adjoining. Members get to know each other and they are initially stranger to each other. Second, storming. Third one is norming, performing, adjoining. 5 stages they are giving a meaning. There are 5 statements here. The 5 statements indicate each stage in this group development stages. Next. FSNPA. Yes. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjoining. Correct. Very simple question here. Stages of consumer decision making process in a sequential order with regard to young person Divya. Whether young person or old person, simply we need to identify the consumer decision process here. So answer for this question will be, here looks for a specific color and showroom delivery as she not want to wait. This is directly speaking about some context and the color of the product. So it cannot be a number 1. Here narrow down to a dark gray car of a specific brand. So she wanted to buy a car. Now consumer decision process. How she will take a decision to buy the product or buy the car. That's a point. Belongs to an executive group and all her colleagues have their own vehicles. So asking to the colleagues who are having cars, they bought the cars, right? So they'll be giving information to her to select it. Use media and other social channel to collect the information about their models and feel the fuel efficiency. Entirely total in 5 statements, they are talking about how to purchase the car and she is collecting a data about the car's different alternatives. Now we need to put them in a proper manner. In this, the concept of CDM, that is consumer decision making, will work. What is this? I will tell you, then you apply on the example. First, her need to be identified. Her need is that for travel purpose, she needed one vehicle for travel purpose. She decided that it is a car. Let us search for the information. Either BMW or Audi car, Mercedes Benz, whatever, she is having alternative. Need to search either in social media, collecting from the colleagues, collecting from the friends, data, different data, and their fuel efficiency, everything. She'll be getting a total information. And all the information about this one, now she will start comparing each and everything. Fuel efficiency of this 3 vehicle, price of this 3 vehicle, everything of this brand which she finally searched the information, she will be comparing one with other. Then from this comparison, she will select a one particular car, one product, which is giving best benefit to her at a lowest price or the affordable price. That is decision to buy the product. Decision to buy the product. Finally, after purchase of the product also, service is important. For every car, service is important. For every vehicle, whether bike or car, it is required. Now you go and apply. Read the statement and apply. Simply, first, she is searching, she is need to identify her need. But the question is about consumer decision making process in a sequential order with regard to young person Divya. In this, her need is not mentioned. But out of all statement, directly we are saying that she wanted to purchase the car. So here, statement C is coming as the first one because this is directly a second stage, searching for the information, calling to their group or the colleagues. And second one is that E, fuel efficiency should be the most critical factor while making a choice. So she is having one parameter. So on that basis only she will search for the information, make an evaluation, comparison will be done. So between all 3 cars, which is having highest fuel efficiency. Second. Third one is media and other social channels to collect the information about their models. So whatever the criteria she selected, based on that she is comparing. Third one. After that, specific color. These are in the evaluation process only, choice will be there. See, once we evaluate or not, once we decide the car, in that we will go for the depth, like color and mix of colors, different things will be there. This is not part of the decision, but after making a choice, you will go for this color. After making a choice, this is a general statement. Finally, narrow down to a dark gray car of a specific brand, which is a purchase decision. Final decision done. So total 5-step process, option B is the correct answer. Delegation and responsibility. There are 2 things. The question is about delegation, meaning it's a transaction based behavioral analysis. And it is an evolutionary and development process which needs encouragement and reinforcement. Okay, absolutely. Only 1% made it correct, remaining all went wrong. Option 4 is a given answer and it is correct also. Delegation, this statement 1 is wrong, 2 is correct. Delegation is an interpersonal transactions based on behavioral analysis. There is nothing to do with the behavior when you are delegating your authority or delegating your work to someone. I have a delegation to take care of 1,000 units of production by the end of this week. This is my work action. So I can't able to handle this much workload. I will transfer it at 200 units of production to some other person who is my colleague or my subordinate. Or I can't able to handle this much. You try to handle. He is delegating actually this 200 units also his authority. His work it is. He is giving it to someone that I can't able to handle, or else I am not going to be there in these 2 days. You handle this one. Like in charge we will give now. Our HOD is not there. They'll give an in charge to other. Delegation. So that is not related to behavioral analysis. That's why wrong. And it is an evolutionary developmental process which needs encouragement and reinforcement. Who is encouraging whom? He is a boss encouraging the subordinate to know the work nature of this boss, to know the stress, how much it will be there in the boss position. Like that, he will also be understanding, and this person is indirectly encouraging this person to occupy the somehow highest position as compared to his present position. So it will be a mandate in every organization, almost every place of organization it is there. Next, principles of management having distinct features. So answer is going to be option number D. Flexibility, universal application principles are relative in nature, not absolute, and based on the situation. So answer will be D, because the principles of management like Henry Fayol 14 principles of management or Taylor 8 principles of management, whoever gives, if we are implementing those principles of management in our organization, the implementation may vary from one to another organization. So relatively, everybody according to their convenience, they'll try to implement their respective functions or the principles. They are not absolute to implementing in proper way only. There is no particular process to implement. That is the one principle to be implemented. But how I will implement that principle, how your organization will implement, doesn't have any mandate process. That's why it is relative in nature rather than absolute. Absolute means there is a defined proper way to implement. So there is no defined way. This is only a relative one. Based on the situation, we are going to change, and it is going to be applied all over the universe. In all the organizations, we can implement the principles of management, not only in one single organization. Next, liquidator of company. Liquidator. Liquidator of the company. Answer for this question is option number C. Yes, absolutely, you are correct. So first of all, whenever the liquidation is announced, there is a payment. After selling the asset, liquidator will bring the money. By selling all the assets, you need to pay the liability. For that purpose, what is the procedure? To whom we need to pay first or later? The sequence is important. First, he will deduct the legal charges, whatever incurred for bringing the liquidation implementation. Later, liquidator remuneration. The liquidator, whoever is appointed, his remuneration need to be deducted. And workmen dues and claims like a PF, Provident Fund, a ESI, if anything is there, gratuity, all those things as on a third priority. After that, preferential creditors. Preferential creditors. That too in this secured creditors who have a charge. Means the assets have been made it as a mortgage on this creditors. That's why those are secured creditors. They are secured with assets. So for them we need to pay to release this asset. Later, the final one is unsecured person will come. Unsecured creditor. If you look at the other persons also here, sequence is that we will be having as per the Companies Act, as well as now there is a code. The code is Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, section number 59. This entire process of liquidation is being undertaken. There is a voluntary winding up, compulsory winding up. So as per the court order, they need to follow this process of making a payment, and the duty of entire this one is liquidator duty to make the payment in this process only by selling all assets. Next, person repeat behaviors that bring them satisfaction and pleasure, and stop those that bring stop those which can bring them dissatisfaction of the pain. So answer is C. What is this? C. If I repeat something regularly, we will remember for longer time. If I repeat regularly every day, I am chanting something in the morning in my puja, I will remember, I will get habituated for it. So people repeat the behavior which is giving more satisfaction, they will remember and they'll repeat again and again. Which is not giving that much pleasure or the satisfaction, they'll try to ignore or they'll try to stop that. Right? So that is law of effect. The more the repetition, more satisfied. You are not repeating something, you are dissatisfied. You wanted to stop that. Which is law of effect, the consequence, I would say. Next, only low priced products will sell in rural India. This statement is very controversial statement. They are saying that in rural India only low priced products will be sold. That means whoever living in rural India, they are not that much high or luxurious people to buy the high priced product. Rural consumers are homogeneous a lot. Sound or out? Yes, Neelu, correct. Higher education questions are getting repeated almost every day. Even logical reasoning also same. Whatever questions solved now, logical reasoning, even research aptitude, except a teaching aptitude, now in this session they are asking very low number of questions. ICT is on top notch. Same questions are getting repeated. Only low price, only is making it wrong. Why the rural India people, in rural, we can able to sell high priced also, low priced also. Every rural person may not be a poor. You are indicating, you are just trying to create some type of a notion that rural people are the poor people, they can't afford the high price product, which is wrong. You are judgmental in this statement. Right? And rural consumers are homogeneous. Actually, consumers itself is heterogeneous. Whether it is rural or the urban, they are heterogeneous in nature. Every consumer is having their own mentality of the looking at the product or a service which they wanted to prefer to buy. Right? So, consumer by definition is a heterogeneous. If a like-minded consumers can be homogeneous. But a consumer by definition, every consumer is having their own taste and preferences and own assumptions, own knowledge about the product or service. So they cannot be homogeneous. That too, they are simply commenting on one group of consumers who are staying in rural India. So rural are homogeneous. In rural, you can find different cluster of people. You cannot say all are same, all mentality is same. So both are wrong statement. Which of the following is not a valid basis for market segmentation? We have different basis for the segmentation of the market, right? In that, technology will not come. There is no technology based segmentation. What do you mean by market segmentation? Grouping of similar customers or similar type of consumers under one and serving them in a unique way. Like we are defining a different stratas, group 1, group 2 on different basis, same lifestyle people or same age group people, like that we are dividing. In that we have a different basis of making a division. Demographic segmentation, Like a age will be the parameter, income levels, gender, occupation, geographic, region, population density, type of area, climate, behavioral, based on the behavior of the people. Like occasionally they are buying, or but they are buying because of the benefits of the product. Socio-cultural, culture, subculture, social class. These are the basis in the socio-cultural segmentation. Psychological segmentation, their personality, their attitude, their needs, their wants, that comes under psychological. Right? Usage rate, how much frequently you are buying, how much awareness do you have, based on that the usage. There is one question in 2020, if I am not wrong, based on subject to correction regarding the year. Learning segmentation behavior is part of which of the following segmentation? Learning parameter is which of the following segmentation part? That's the entire question theme. Where is that? Psychological. Psychological it is. Even there was an option called as a motivation also. There was an option called as a motivation. No stuck, madam, all clear. So answer is option number B. There is no technology based segmentation. CSR, corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is the continuing commitment by the business to behave ethically and contribute to political awareness, social security and inclusion, public health, education and literacy, maintaining ecological balances and protecting the environment, gender diversity, profiteering and market controlling, rendering, sponsoring and donating to social and charitable activities. Answer for this question is option number B. Actually, this is the principle which is related to CSR activities. We have a different stages. Like in the CSR activities, the models of CSR are different. In that, we have a model called as a Carroll model of CSR. In the Carroll model of CSR, there are four main elements will be there. Economic responsibility and legal responsibility, ethical responsibility, and philanthropic responsibility are the four levels in Carroll model of the CSR, which is given by the Carroll in 1991. Now you go back to the statements which is there here. Responsibility, which means all four responsibilities there: economic, legal, and ethical, as well as philanthropic. PL or EL. So in this, political awareness is not part of this responsibility. If you think carefully, economic, legal, ethical, philanthropic. There is no political involvement first. Second, public health and education literacy, which is to be a philanthropic responsibility type. They want to take care of the education sector and improvisation, doing responsible things for that education sector and public health purpose. Maintaining ecological balances and protecting the environment. This is also part of the philanthropic or the ethical one. Gender diversity, profiteering, market control. See, they are saying about a charity, which is corporate social responsibility. As per section 135 of Companies Act 2013, minimum 2% of their last year average profits, 3%. Sorry, 2% of their average 3 years profit need to spend on the corporate social responsibility on this type of different responsibility. So, profiteering is making a profit. In this, you are not going to make a profit. In this, you are going to invest your amount on the improvements related to society. So, this cannot be. Rendering, sponsoring, donating to social causes as well as charitable activities also social responsibility. So, you have to eliminate the negative things which are not come under the definition of the CSR. Simply, option B. Next. This revision, only session number 1 will be there. Continuation will be there at 9 p.m. We have given the schedule. Total 8 days will be there. That will be there in the 339 rupees course. 339 rupees you need to pay. Entire all the 10 papers explanation will go on this. The link is given in the description. Increase the resolution. Increase the resolution, please. Because it's already 1080 pixels it is running. You need to increase your resolution. That's it. So, for a given set of paid data, correlation regression coefficients have been calculated, which is being equal to R. Bxy, Byx respectively. Correlation regression coefficients are Bxy, Byx are the two regression coefficient, and this is the correlation coefficient. Now each of the value of X series is divided by 5. It is divided by 5. What does it have on the each of this coefficient? When each of the X value, it is getting divided by 5. Each of the X value it is getting divided by 5. First of all, you should know one important property. What is that property of the correlation? Can anyone say correlation is an independent of origin, that is, if you add it or deduct it, and division, independent of origin, and scale. Scale means multiplication and division. So whether you add, deduct, multiply, divide anything, correlation will not change. That is a main property. Krishna, it is very clear. Please, because if it is not clear now, how others are watching the class, I don't understand. Please increase your resolution in the advanced settings. There is a resolution increase option will be there. You can check that. Whereas regression is an regression property. Regression property is that it is independent of origin only, but not of scale. Means if you add it and deduct it, there is no change in the regression. But if you multiply and if you divide, now there will be a change in the regression. Now look at the statement. There is no change in the R, absolutely, because correlation is independent of both. If you add, multiply, divide anything, correlation will not change. But Byx changes to 5 Byx and Bxy changes to Bxy by 5. Why? Because the scale, it is dependent. If you divide it by something, regression coefficients will be changing to the ulta position. If you divide it, it will become multiplication. If you multiply it, then the effect will be division. So for this, you divide it by 5. Now the output is 5 Byx. Here, if you divide it by 5, the next one, because correlation coefficient will be like this, under root of Byx or Bxy into Byx. This is a general property of regression related to the correlation. So this both Byx and Bxy are reacting in opposite way. It is going to react in an opposite way, which is why option 4 is the correct answer. Even there is a conflict. Option 2 also possible answer. Option 2 also possible answer. But why it is not possible, you know? X changes to Byx by 5 and Bxy to 5 Bxy. This is ulta. If this would have been here and this is here, na, correct. That is there in the option 4. Which of the following provident fund approved by the Provident Fund Commissioner? Commissioner. It is RPF, recognized provident fund, is the one which is approved by the Provident Fund Commissioner. Whereas statutory provident fund is nothing but which is the fund as per the law mandate. Public provident fund and unrecognized is different. There are types. See, statutory is scheme under the PF Act. Recognized provident fund is under the Commissioner. And here unrecognized provident fund is if the Commissioner of Income Tax does not approve any provident fund or it is not covered under the law, then it will become unrecognized. Formation of companies in a proper sequence. Guys, please do hit a like button if you like a session. Answer will become C. The stages of formation of companies in a proper sequence. So just think it as a normal one. First one will be usually the promotion stage. because initially the promoter of the company will be there, who will be the first person to initiate the proceeding, initiate the company formation. So that will be the stage number 1. After that, selection of the name selection and registration of a name is required in the second stage. The later one is incorporation stage, where we will be incorporating our company with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs or the ROC. Regular process will be initiated. And finally, AEC. Next one is B, share capital, where we have to register in the capital clause will be there, nominal authorized capital, nominal capital, how much subscribed capital, everything will be there. MOA of the company. So in the MOA, we have to decide everything. So rising of the capital means after the incorporation, whatever the MOA document which we have registered here in the incorporation, according to that we need to rise the capital by IPO or else from the market. And later commencement of the business. Final one is the commencement of the business. This is a regular process. There is nothing much concept involved. And act in a way that results in a greatest good for greatest number is. Greatest good for. It will be there, Har Har Mahadev. It is started from today itself. It will be there in the app. You can take a 339 rupees course. Same way we are going to do 10 papers till the 31st. Answer is option number B. Option number B. The utilitarian principle. Actually, utilitarian means useful. If something is good and if it is useful to many number of people, then we treat that as an ethical one, as per the ethical principles. If something is good, the greatest good for great number of people means if many number of people are feeling something as a good one, then that is treated as an ethical one, which is according to the utilitarian principle. Something is good for greatest number of people. You can see. Sometimes start an idea of what is best for the greatest number. An action morally right if it results in greatest amount of good for the greatest number of people affected by that action. That is utilitarian theory. Utilitarian. Complementary. First of all, you should know what is complementary event. If one event is occurring, other event should not occur. It is outrightly eliminate the other. Answer is option number 4. Why it is not independent? It is dependent in nature. You know, probability of occurrence 0.5 plus 0.5 will be equal to 1. Probability of success 50%, probability of failure is 50%, which is equal to 1. So if this is happening, if the head is coming, tail will not come. If a tail is coming, head will not come. So like that, if one is occurring, immediately it is saying that it is not going to occur the second one. And collective, because it is dependent on the other one. Collectively, mutually exclusive means excluding the other event not to happen if this is happening. If that is happening, this will not happen. Rule 8 question. Rule 8. If assessee is engaged in the business of growing and manufacturing tea in India, the non-agri income is the case B. Answer will be A. It is correct. 40%. Question is business of growing and manufacturing of tea. Growing and manufacturing only. There is no further process of roasting and all. If you look at the rule number 8 is applicable, where the apportionment of a business income and agri income we need to do. Rule number 7A, 7B and rule number 8. If you can look at income from growing and manufacturing of the rubber, 65 will be agri income, 35 will be non-agri. Income from growing and manufacturing of the coffee. If the coffee is only grown and cured, 75-25. And further process, roasting, grounding also been done, 60-40. And here tea is only single one, 60%, 40%. 40 is a business income, 60 is a green income. So if the question is about coffee now, check whether they are saying roasted and grounded also further process, then 60-40. If nothing is there, 75-25. And you should also check one more thing, whether they are asking about business of growing manufacturing tea in India, the non-agri income they stated. Some people will select the agri income, then it will be C. So you should read this also. After stating the entire thing of the context, at the end, whether they are asking agri income percentage or non-agri percentage. Agri is 40, non-agri is 60. Sorry, agri is 60, non-agri is 40. As per this table, you can see. Agri is 60, non-agri is 40. Look at statement, false statement they are asking. Question should be, you should be very careful in reading it. You may think it as which of the following is correct, but it is incorrect. No company has to file any prescribed declaration before commencement of the business, because before commencement of the business you should possess certificate of incorporation. Then you will get the certificate of business, commencement of the business. So there is no need to file any declaration because already process is completed. This is true statement. Company can ratify the contract entered into by the promoter with a third party on behalf of the company before its formation. Company cannot ratify, because if the promoter is entering any transaction before the company formation, it will not come under the count of it, because promoter duty is to incorporate the company and do those transactions. He is having no authorization to enter the third party transaction. And the date mentioned in the certificate for the commencement of business is taken as a date of birth of the public company. This is not the commencement. Certificate of incorporation will be there. So this will be the date of birth of the company, not the commencement of the business. A private company has to file statement in lieu of profit will be. This is statement in lieu of profit has to be filed by the private company, not the prospectus. There is nothing called as in lieu of prospectus. Simple prospectus will be there, which tells about the company, and company is coming for how much subscription when they are coming for IPO. They'll tell about the company and all. Statement in lieu of profit will be filed with the registrar by the private company, not the prospectus. This is one of the most confusing question ever. Answer will be option D. Good. Promissory note they are asking. Promissory note. It's an unconditional undertaking by one person to the other person for a certain sum of money which is specifically mentioned, and to be paid on demand for a value which he received, that is 10,000 rupees, signed by the promisor. Here, promissory note is essentially a written promise to pay to someone. It is the debt instrument that contain a written promise by one party, the maker, to pay to another party, the payee, definite sum of money, either on demand or on specified future date. Like, I acknowledge myself to be indebted to B in 1,000 rupees to be paid on demand for a value received. This is a proper promissory note. But if you look at Mr. B, I owe you 1,000 rupees. It's an invalid because there is no promise to pay here. I owe you means I am liable to you. But what you are actually mentioning, you should have a proper promise to pay certain sum of money, very clear. Next question. Which one of the following does not constitute a valid agency by necessity? So there are different types of agency formation. Answer is option D. Yeah, subject matter itself is destructed. There is no subject matter itself. Then where the contract will become valid. So here the conditions does not constitute a valid agency. Because the subject matter itself is not there now, there is no validity of this particular contract. Because for what purpose we are entering, that purpose itself is not there. It is not even existed. It is collapsed. So there should have been actual and definite commercial necessity. Yes, necessity should be there to enter into agency relationship. Should have been means here simple validity, valid agency by necessity on behalf of the principal. The agent is going to make a contract with some other person without the principal permission. He can do that type of contract with the third parties, but in case of necessity, he can. The necessity is that the necessity should link with this business. There is no time to approach the principal to get the confirmation. So he has taken his own decision. For the benefit of the company or for the benefit of the principal, he acted for making such type of agreement. And agent should have been opted for most reasonable and practicable course. So under these circumstances, I don't have any other option to benefit the principal and to protect the principal from the loss. That's why I have to enter the another contract because of the necessity which is created in the execution. Next, which of the following statements is true about under the Basel I Accord of BCBS minimum requirement of capital fund for the banquet? Answer is yes, it is correct. Very clear point. 8% on the total risk weighted asset. 8% on risk weighted asset will be there in Basel I Accord. So if you can look at here, Basel 1 and 2. Even now Basel 4 also there. Basel 1, it is also called Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, which is BCBS in 1988. They have given minimum capital requirement in that 8% of risk weighted asset. 8% of risk weighted asset should be maintained as a minimum capital in every bank. And India has adopted this Basel norms, Basel 1 in 1999. So to ensure the adequate capital as per the international banking system and to create a more playing field for the competitive environment in the banking business, to maintain that Basel 1 is now also it is continuing. Basel 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 4 is under the consideration, but India is now in the Basel 3. India now following Basel 3. Penetration pricing strategy delivers the result. Penetration. First of all, you should know what is penetration pricing. What is skimming? What is penetration? Initially, penetration pricing means initially charging low price, later they'll increase the price. Whereas price skimming is nothing but initially charging high prices, later they'll charge the low prices. I will tell you two different perspectives of looking at this both the pricing methods. Look at it. So here price quality association is weak. So you feel that your quality of the product is low, that's why you are keeping low price. Number one, absolutely correct. And this is used as an entry strategy. If it is a new company, a product is new, company is new, so they will come up with a low price. If they come up with a high price, now nobody will prefer their product. That's why they'll come with a low price as an entry strategy. And if the product is already established, brand is there. Suppose Apple company coming up with every iPhone version. So Apple is already a brand. That's why they'll come with a high price. So in such case, skimming is correct. Entry strategy for the new companies is penetration. And new product and new company. For the already established brand companies, entry strategy is skimming strategy. So think in the both different way also. Don't always keep that new company will follow only penetration. If it is already branded companies, they'll follow the skimming. And when the product is perceived as a highly technology and this doesn't have a link to decide the price. Even though this is one of the factors, but the penetration and skimming, this will not apply. Market is characterized by the intensive competition. Heavy competition is there. If you are not going to reduce your price, nobody will prefer your product. So you should reduce your price to make the more market competitive. When you feel the product quality is low, you will keep a low price. When you feel the product quality, even though it is high, but you want to capture the market because you are a beginner, your product is very solid, still you will keep a low price to capture the market. Both the way, quality and the price relationship is very weak because opposite relation goes on in the penetration. Your product quality low, that's why you may keep a price low. Or else, even though quality is very high, to capture the market, you may keep low price. In both the ways, the relationship is weak relationship. That's what first statement. I will say The official NTA answer is B. B. But option A is also correct. Option A is also correct. Extreme case of non-price competition. Look at. Means the competition between one company and other company, it is not happening because of the price. First of all, oligopoly characteristics is that a big company, big firms, and these are very few in number. Correct? No? Very small number of companies will be there, but they are big companies. So between that big companies, the competition exists. Suppose the Zomato and the Swiggy are the two big companies who are fighting like anything. Right? So in these two cases, the non-price, without the price, competition has to come. They will form a cartels. Like a favored group, they will form. The cartels will be formed. Cartels is nothing but a favored group. One-sided group they will form to eliminate the competitor from the market. So that's a non-price competition. Whereas interdependent decision making means one company decision is based on the other. It is not only about the price. It is based on the offerings done by this company, offerings of this company. Not just a single price based decisions. The services they are doing, delivery time of Zomato, delivery time of Swiggy, how the response of the customer care, and how the refunds are getting initiated, the quality of the Swiggy, quality of the Zomato. All those are getting parameter in serving the customers. So this is an interdependent decision. Not only the price, your decision of the company is depending on the competitor decision. So both can be answered, but appropriate answer should be A out of the given. COVID pandemic. To prevent the opportunistic takeover of domestic firms amid COVID-19 pandemic, FDI from countries share the borders with India allowed through automatic government route, FIPB route, PIT route. So there are two routes of FDI. Automatic route will be there, government route will be there. So answer for this question is option B, because whenever the COVID situation is there, COVID-19, many people, many other countries try to exploit the Indian weak countries. Financially, they are going weak during the COVID time. So to take that opportunistic takeovers of the companies who are financially weak, Government of India not allowed automatic route. Automatic means without the permission of government, they can come and establish FDI in India. But they have taken a government route for the companies during the COVID-19 because mandatory the companies has to take a permission from the government to do the takeover. To stop that takeover and exploit the Indian companies who are financially weak, this decision has been made. So if you look at the policies which was made at that time, FDI was allowed in India in two mode, automatic and government route. This is since the long it is there. The revised India share land border with Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar. The revised FDI policy which is there in this curb the opportunistic takeover or acquisitions of Indian companies due to the COVID-19. The statement 2 is incorrect, but question is China investment in Indian business space has been expanding rapidly. In the process of expansion, they wanted to take over financially weak companies. So COVID was an opportunity for them. Company was not in a position to run. They're also ready to sell. But to stop that chance, the government of India allowed only government route, not the automatic. If there was an automatic route, then it would have been total. Many companies would have been sold out to other countries. Brainstorming technique demands generation of number of alternatives to a problem. Participants generate as many alternatives as possible without evaluating them in a brainstorming session. So which of the following statement is correct? From the two statements which are given above, which of the following statements are correct? Brainstorming technique demands a generation of a number of alternatives to a problem. Participants generate as many alternatives as possible without evaluating them in a brainstorming session. So first of all, we should know what is brainstorming. Brainstorming means thinking about one problem and its solution, alternative solution. How many number of solutions which are available That is generally treated as an brainstorming. Every idea or a solution that we brought up may not be a good idea. After getting alternative ideas, we need to choose which one is the best idea by evaluating them generally. So without evaluation is participants generate as many as alternatives as possible. They can generate many alternatives, but evaluation is required to do the further process of understanding. So answer is given as an A, which is both the statements are correct, and R is giving an assertion statement only. Why? Because we will generate the ideas, but to decide which one is the best idea, we will evaluate. But in brainstorming session, we will only generate the large number of ideas about a particular problem. That is, without evaluation, we will be generating ideas only. If you want to take a decision, we will be evaluate those ideas. Which one is the best idea? We will be choosing that. So that is why option A is a correct answer. Second question, though closely related, job evaluation and performance appraisal are not same. The purpose of job evaluation is to fix the remuneration and other relevant benefits. Job evaluation, performance appraisal, is that both are same or not? Statement 1. Purpose of job evaluation is to fix the remuneration and other relevant benefits. What is the correct answer? Answer is option number A. Both statements are correct. Because job evaluation will talk about the worth of the job. Worth of job. Whereas performance appraisal will talk about the worth of job holder. Job holder. So this will be for promotion and giving incentive, performance appraisal for promotions, deciding about the promotion, deciding about the incentive. Whereas job evaluation is to determine the worth of a job. For that job, how much we need to pay. For determining a wages to wage determination purpose to the particular job, we will be evaluating the job. So both are not same. Looks like same, but both are not same. The performance of job evaluation is to fix the remuneration. Yes. To determine how much remuneration to be given to that particular job, we will be evaluating a job. Performance appraisal to identify the worth of the job holder who is doing a job. So that is why both are not same. Is the statement 1 correct? Statement 2, job evaluation is to fix the wage determination. Third question. The attitude based on beliefs, based on opinion, based on knowledge or information about a particular event which the employees possess is. Which the employees possess is. Attitude based on beliefs, opinion, knowledge or information about a particular event which the employee possess is. Behavioral attitude, positive attitude, cognitive attitude, affective attitude. The question is about beliefs and opinions and knowledge. Beliefs, opinion and knowledge. Answer is option number 3, that is cognitive knowledge. Cognitive knowledge. Let me explain all the type of attitude. See, there are 3 types of attitude: cognitive, affective and behavioral. When we talk about the cognitive, we talk about the opinion and belief segment of an attitude. What we believe and what is our opinion. Based on our belief system, it will be developed. Affective is more of emotional thing. It's a feeling, either angry or a sadness or else very happy. That's an emotional feeling, which is affective. Behavioral is your intention to behave in certain way towards someone or something. How you are behaving towards the others. That is about behavioral component towards something. Suppose here example, I am going to look for another job that pays better. Here your behavior is that payment behavior. Means based on payment only you are looking at the job. The way you look at the things are the way you look at the other person, which is a behavioral attitude. Cognitive attitude and behavioral attitude, affective attitude. 3 types of attitude will be there in the employees when you look at from the business management point of view. Motivational force or a level of efforts are not equal to the satisfaction in performance. It is propounded by whom? motivational force, level of efforts is not equal to satisfaction. Not equal to. Answer for this question is option number A. Why it is A? Porter and Laurel model has given this. Porter and Laurel. Here you can see Porter and Laurel model has given how you are putting efforts. The employee will be putting an effort. But effort is of two types. Ability and how you perceive. The perception towards the effort and the ability to put the effort. Both efforts, when you put it, it will be leading into proper performance. That performance will give you the reward in the organization. Intrinsic reward, extrinsic reward. Intrinsic reward is nothing but self-satisfaction. And extrinsic reward is nothing but monetary benefits. Best performers will get a more incentive like that. So those intrinsic and extrinsic rewards will lead to a satisfaction of the job. That satisfaction of the job is generally a reward for an employee. Again, that satisfaction will be a value of a reward or perceived efforts towards a performance what we have. Whatever the effort that we perceive, for that we are getting a perceived reward. So our efforts are converting into rewards. That relationship has been made by the Porter and Laurel here. Effort leads to performance. Performance leads to rewards. Rewards will give satisfaction. Again, the satisfaction will give us a motivation to put more effort. The more effort leads to performance. So this will be a circular process for an employee to go through inside the organization. Next, the social environment of a job affects a people and it is also affected by them, not by management alone. It is the main proposition of which theory? Management theories are there na, classical theories, neoclassical theories, system theories, that is traditional theories, and neoclassical theories, modern theories. In that, social environment of a job affects people and also affected by them, not by the management alone. Question is very clear, not by the management alone. Which theory is propounding as such? Please share with your friends in your known groups. Social environment which affects the people, right? And people will affect the social environment. Ulta. It will affect that and that will also affect this. And management alone is not responsible. Who given or which theory has given this proposition? Answer is option number D. This is given by option number D. Yes, neoclassical theory. Because classical theory is mainly concentrating on classical, neoclassical. I will tell you the major difference how to identify. Classical theories like Henry Fayol and Max Weber, all those, where humans were treated as a machines. Laborers are not treated as a workers. Laborers are not treated as a humans. They are treated as a machines who are doing a work. They are treated as a machines. So in a classical theory, there is no social element at all. There is no emotional element at all. There is no human element at all in the classical theories of organization. When it comes to neoclassical, the behavioral theories, which is propounded by Elton Mayo and Roethlisberger. So even Douglas McGregor also there. Neoclassical theory where workers are treated as humans. Workers are treated as humans. And human element has been more dominated in the neoclassical. Human relations are more important. Workers' appreciation is more important. Concerning about the workers is more important. And if you are providing a proper facilities to the workers, then only they can do more and more in a productive way. That human element or a social element has been considered by the neoclassical theorists, that is Douglas McGregor and Elton Mayo. That is why human relation movement was given by whom? Elton Mayo, which is major of neoclassical theory only. Elton Mayo has given human relation theory, which is a human relation movement. Right? The social environment is nothing but human relation only. Promoting a team spirit, harmony, unity within the organization is a principle of. There are 14 principles of Henry Fayol, right? In that, one of the principle is representing the team spirit, teamwork. So, esprit de corps. Esprit de corps means team spirit. So, there are 14 Fayol principles. But how to remember 14 principles of Fayol? Russia code used. RSSA IA code CODE used. Russia code used. R for remuneration. R for remuneration. U for unity of command. And S for scalar chain. And another S is for stability. And I is for initiative. A is for authority. Where is authority? Authority. Here, authority. And C is for centralization. O is for order. D is for direction. And E is for equity. U is for where it is U. Okay. S is for another S is there, na? Subordination of individual interest. E is for esprit de corps. And D is for division of labor. I think U for unity of direction better. U for unity of direction, but D is another D is there. D is for discipline. U is for unity of direction. Yes. Russia code used where you can able to remember 14 principles of Henry Fayol. And last one, esprit de corps is nothing but team spirit or teamwork. Okay. Let us go to the next question. Organization structure that shows a unique combination of a strategy, structure, management process is known as. Strategy, structure, management process. Three things are involved in this combination structure. So what is that structure? Yes, unity of command, unity of direction. D, appropriately you can assign whichever the letter you want, but according to the mnemonic it will be better to remember. Easy. Which of the following organization structure is combining all these three? Answer is option number C. Network organization. Option number C, that is network organization. Why it is not a virtual organization? Virtual is nothing but online. But here combination of a strategy, structure, management process, everything. Network means a hierarchy need to be followed. Network means forming a network type. Means from the top level, middle level, bottom level, all things are under one structure only, which is a network organization form of structure. So if you look at network structure, the corporation or a legal, HR department, a PR department, audit department, logistics, production, research and marketing, operation, all are under connected to each other. One is connected to each other. Everything, the strategy formulation, all will be made under a single combination is called as a network structure of organization. Which of the following are the principles of organization structure? Which of the following are principles of organization structure? Organization structure principles. Quickly, sir. Have the reading power properly because you are going to attempt the CBT mode of examination. Identify easy way of answering a question. Use the elimination method. Use your previous knowledge. Organization culture events. Customer orientation and employee policy. Quality orientation, directing and motivating styles. Decision making, products, services and responsibilities to the society. Reaction to competitor and gratitude towards a nation. Role ambiguities, trade union and policies. ఎందుకు వస్తున్నారు ఎందుకు పోతున్నారు వస్తే ఉండండి లేకుంటే వెళ్ళండి మొత్తమే డిస్టర్బ్ చేయొద్దు వచ్చి పోకుండా టైం పాస్ చూడనీకి ఎందుకు వస్తారు 10 మంది కరెక్ట్ మొత్తం ఉండే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నా బెటర్ ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ డి ABCD see here organization culture customer orientation and employee policies quality orientation, directing and motivating, because they are talking about the internal organization, how the culture should be. Decision making also organization related, products and services which are responsibilities to be which we are offering to the society to sell, because we are doing a business by selling goods and services to the society only. Reaction to the competitor and gratitude. Here role ambiguities, trade union policies are related to internal governance of the organization. Role ambiguity cannot be a culture, because ambiguity is nothing but a confusion, chaos. That cannot be a culture. Next, punctuality, team spirit among the employees of an organization has great contribution in enhancing the profits of a business. Punctuality, team spirit are the two things they have mentioned for the employee, which are at most important to increase the profits of a business. But they do not appear in the asset do not appear as an asset in the balance sheet. This is true argument. Financial statement do not reflect the correct financial position of a business. 4 is a given answer. Both statements are correct. Why? Obviously, we never record the punctuality and team spirit in the balance sheet of a company. In the balance sheet, we will not record now like a punctuality is an asset or the team spirit is an asset. Because of this only we are earning a higher profit. No, we will never record in the balance sheet, because that is a non-monetary item. These two are not in monetary form. Non-monetary items, but they are worthful assets or not. They are actually a true asset nature-wise, but they are non-monetary, which we cannot record in the balance sheet. They are not reflecting. So when we are not recording them in the balance sheet, that is originally an asset, which is an intangible asset of the organization, then obviously financial position of a business cannot be reflecting as true. Financial position may not be true. That both the statements are correct only. With this argument only, human resource accounting concept has been researched more. Now research and development is going on with respect to human resource accounting on this basis only. They are the true assets of the organization. Informal group communication system is called informal, which is not a formal. Called as in group dynamics, grapevine, exchange, interaction. What will be the answer? Informal is nothing but a grapevine. Grapevine is nothing but rumor mongering type. A rumor mongering, or else more of natural, regular way of a communication. Rumors creation also will happen in the grapevine only. Regular mode of communication is generally treated as an informal mode of communication. So it is given by Bovey and others. Grapevine is an informal interpersonal channel of information, not an officially sanctioned. If it is officially given, official communication is nothing but formal communication. Informal communication, most of the cases, informal communication must be oral communication only, not a written communication. If it is written, it must be formal communication. Second question, which of the following is not a factor contributing to the management by objective program failure? MBO program is going to be a failure in which of the following? MBA program is failure. So which is not a factor for that failure? Means which is not a reason for the failure of the program. Answer is, question is in very negative way. Answer is A. Why it is negative way? You can look at MBO, management by objectives. Management by objective is a MBO program, which is one of the technique for performance appraisal usually. So we will be giving small goals to each and every employee in the organization. If every employee perform their own goals, organization objective also will be achieved. That is what MBA program. How it will be a failure? And there are 3 reasons which are there for a failure. One is not a reason. Altering the goals to meet the changes in circumstances will lead to success of the MBO, because you should change the goal of each and every employee according to the market changes and objectives changes of the organization. If you are not going to change, then it will be a failure. When you are properly changing according to the circumstances, it will be lead to a failure. So altering goals will lead to success, not the failure. It can be an advantage. It is not a factor for failure, it is a factor for success. When you create a easy goals to each and every employee, management is not supporting to employees to achieve the goals. Setting unrealistic, very, very difficult goals, which employee can't achieve. All these three reasons will lead to a failure of MBO. MBO is nothing but giving goals to each and every employee to accomplish the organization objective. Right? So answer is option number A, which is a success factor, not a failure factor. The theories explain the formation of informal group. Jujube question. Sida. Informal groups. Guys, Drona batch members, we have covered so much extensively to cover each and every point. Almost 18 hours we spent only for BMHRM, which is covering every point. Not even a single question is out of the box. Whatever you see in the June 2024 also, everything is within the. In accounting chapter, standard costing, you can expect a marginal costing, you can expect for the 5 questions. Data interpretation. In accounting chapter, standard costing and marginal costing and ratio analysis are the 3 chapters. So here, informal groups. Informal groups. Theories related to informal groups are B. Propinquity theory as well as similarity or balance theory. Similarity or balance theory, which is related to informal group theories. Informal group theories. Propinquity theory, similarity theory, displacement theory, and also need for achievement theory are there. But in this, if you carefully see, displacement theory is not related to group formation, and also need for achievement theory is a motivational theory. Displacement theory is related to the organization structure, which is a defensive mechanism will be there now. So various defensive strategies will be there for organization to defend their competitive position. In that, one of the theory is the displacement defense. Propinquity theory, similarity theory, and even Hohmann's theory also there. Hohmann's theory, one more theory is there, that is also called as an based on the nearness, it is going to be there. Based on the nearness, the informal group will be formulated. Which of the following laws affects the business organization? Which of the following laws affects the business organization? Incorporation and bankruptcy. This question is outrightly you can just because all the laws will impact on the business organization generally. But answer is given as an A by NTA in 2019 December. Incorporation and bankruptcy laws. Environmental protection law also to be followed by businesses. Occupational health and safety law also. Competition law also need to follow. But incorporation and bankruptcy law will apply only in the event of liquidation of a company, when you are closing down the company, generally. So that is why this question is somehow ambiguous. Whatever the answer is given is not satisfied, because other laws also will be impacting on our manufacturing entities or non-manufacturing entities as well. So you cannot conclude only IBC will be impacting on the business organization. Which of the following type of authorities are found in most organizations? What type of authority? Division authority, line authority, staff authority, functional authority. Answer is option number D. Line authority, staff authority, functional authorities are regular. Because division authority means whenever multiple products are there, I am producing shampoos, I am also producing hair care product, I am also producing not only shampoos, the other hair care lotions will be there now, and body soaps also I am producing. HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Division A, Division B, Division C. When I am producing multi-product, I require a division authority. Right? When I am not producing multiple product, my product is only one, my service is only one, I generally require in most of the organization is line authority, top to bottom, top level, middle level, lower level, top to bottom approach is required. Functional authority, every function, marketing function, sales function, that staff means experts. Experts are required in every organization, not only in multiple product. So which is why answer is B, C, D. Quality circle is a type of, super. Quality circle is a type of problem solving team, cross functional team, self-directed team, project team. Problem solving, cross functional, self-directed. Question is about quality circle. First of all, what is quality circle? You should know. Some employees in the organization will be having very keen interest in solving the problems of organization. Some employees, they will not just come to the organization for earning a salary. Some employees will be identifying the problems inside the organization. They will identify the problems inside the organization. And they'll try their best to provide this solution also. They'll try their best to provide solution. That is generally treated as a quality circle. So quality people will come together in an organization. They voluntarily come together to identify the problems that exist inside the organization. That problems, they'll also think about the alternative solutions to solve that problem. That is a group of members coming together, which is called as a quality circle. Answer is what? Now, at least you should tell now correctly. Quality circle. Quality circle. They voluntarily should come together inside the organization to identify the problem, provide the solution. It must be A. A is the correct answer. Problem solving team. Functions of first level are the frontline supervisors are to include which of the following? To determine individual job assignment. First level are the frontline supervisors. In the bottom level, supervisors will be there to supervise the clerk and the laborers. So what are their functions? What are those supervisor functions? First level means we have three levels: top level, middle level, low level. In the low level, now supervisors will be there to supervise the laborers, which are ground level employees. So that laborers will be supervising these supervisor functions, the activities. Given answer is that option number D. All are comes under the function. Individual, for individual laborers, they will be assigning a job. Labor 1, labor 2, you do production, you do packing, you do like sequence arrangement. And attend the grievances and solve the conflicts of these laborers. All this labor problem will be solved by him only. And give a technical knowledge to the workers, guide the workers, supply strategic information. Whatever the information coming from top level, middle level, you should share it to the laborers. That is a duty of this middle person. Used by a company. Sequence, typical sequence in which following selection devices are used by a company. Looks like multiple options are correct. I will tell you, there is an argumentative type of answer it is. So if you are looking at the official books also, there are two different sources which are telling two different answers. Whether the application receiving is first or the preliminary interview is first. That's where the answer will be. But official answer which is given is that option A. First one is application blank. Second one is screening the interview. Later testing. Interview, more interviews to filter more the things. And reference checks. After that physical examination. And finally going for a hiring. This is what given by the NTA. But what actually the argument is? Argument is of two types. First is application. Will receive application from the people. Here what they mentioned as a first, application blank. Perfectly opting. Second is that sometimes some recruitment will conduct an interview to filter. Whoever qualified that interview, from them only they will take application. That's where it will differ. So initially we'll conduct a screening interview. After screening interview, whoever qualified that screening interview, Then the step number 2 is the taking application from them. Taking application. That's why this is also correct. This is also correct. Both answers are correct. According to the option, you should move. But in the answer, is it available? First interview later? First interview. First interview means G will be first. Option is not available. G first, application second, not available. So which is why appropriate answer is A. Which of the following terms means the tendency of a supervisor to rate subordinate lower than his performance? Subordinate lower than his performance. Tendency of a supervisor to rate a subordinate lower than his performance. Answer is option number A. Horn's effect. It is going to be Horn's effect. Supervisors to rate a subordinate lower than his performance. Horn and halo effect, two types of effect. These are in the performance appraisal based on different impression. The rating will be provided. Halo effect, Horn effect, recency effect, primacy effect. Many things will be there in the biasness. Halo effect means tendency of a positive impression of a person or a company or a brand in one area to influence one's opinion. So you are giving based on one positive attitude or one positive trait of an employee, you are giving full rating to him. Generally, in case of girls, this will happen. Horn effect means based on one single negative thing. Based on one single negative thing, you are appraising that employee fully in negative way. Based on one single negative thing, you are appraising that employee fully in a negative way only. Only one negative thing he did, fully his positive performance also went off. Horn is negative, halo is positive. Two types of biasness will be existed in performance appraisal. So Horn, when it comes to wantedly giving lower than his performance, is a negative. Wantedly giving positive even though he is not up to the mark, that is halo. Compensation plan, saving plan, stock option, pension, sick leave, low cost meals. Pay for the time which is not worked, services and perquisites, production product program, incentive pay, deferred pay. The question is about matching the category of compensation with a compensation plan. Answer is option number B. Option number B. Pay for the time which is not worked. Low cost. Sick leave. I am matching with a 5. It is 4 now. Sick leave. Sick leave. Second, services and perquisite. Service and perquisite, which is low cost meal. It is a benefit, kind benefit. Protection program, saving plan. Incentive pay, stock option. You are giving stock options are like ESOPs will be there, employee stock option to the employees who are working for the organization. Deferred pay is a pension after the retirement, what you are going to get. Right? So 2019 questions also completed, sir. Now let's go to the 2020 questions. 2019 December and June both completed. Now 2020 merger cycle of examination is having multiple shifts. So we'll complete that shift number 1 and shift number 2. 2020 shift number 1 question. According to Herbert, preventing or reducing dissatisfaction. Read the question carefully. Reducing the dissatisfaction, which mean to be satisfied. Reducing the dissatisfaction. When you reduce the dissatisfaction, satisfaction level will increase. At work is not the same as providing a satisfaction. That's the point. Two-factor theory, job satisfaction and dissatisfaction are two different aspects of motivation. Read the question carefully. According to Herbert, do you know Herbert's theory? Herbert says two-factor theory, motivational factors and hygiene factors are the two factors are there. In the two factor, which are called as the job satisfaction factor, job dissatisfaction factors. You need to improvise the dissatisfaction factors and you need to improvise more and more with respect to satisfaction factors. Both need to improvise. But both are not same. Both are not same. So here answer is that option number 1. Look at the Herber's theory first. Herber's two-factor principles. Job satisfaction principles are motivational factors, motivator factor, category 1. And job dissatisfaction factors are hygiene factors, category 2. Right? These factors, the job dissatisfaction factors, which are called as an hygiene factor, we need to improvise them to decrease the dissatisfaction. To decrease this dissatisfaction, we need to improvise the working condition, co-worker relation, policies, rules, supervisor quality, basic wages and salaries. Those factors we need to improvise so that dissatisfaction will come down. That is hygiene factor. But it is not same as increasing satisfaction. That decreasing dissatisfaction doesn't mean increasing a satisfaction. Here, improvising the motivational factor increases the job satisfaction. Means motivational factors are nothing but achievement and recognition, responsibility, work, advancement. All these are, you need to improvise this to increase your satisfaction. You need to improvise this to reduce the dissatisfaction. But both are not same. These are motivator, they are hygiene. Who coined the term collective bargaining? Who coined? Who given collective bargaining? Who coined the term collective bargaining? When AP set may be expected in April, madam. April or March. Even TS set also more or less same. Collective bargaining. Given by Sydney Webb and Beatrice Webb. Option D. Option D. Collective bargaining given by Sydney and Webb. Life positions. 4 life positions are there now. Basic life positions. In the transaction analysis, this will come. Yo, answer it. I am not okay, you are not okay. I am okay, you are not okay. I am okay, you are also okay. I am not okay, but you are okay. Answer is 1. 1. I am not okay, you are not okay. We both are wrong. Withdrawn. Chalo, give up. We both are wrong. Withdrawn type. I am okay, you are not okay. I am okay, you are not okay. Confronting. I am correct. You are only, you, this is your mistake. You only have done this. That is confronting, argumentative. I am okay, you are okay. I am okay, you are okay, which is task possessive. You are correct, I am also correct. I am not okay, but you are okay, dependent. When we are purely depending on them, then we'll say, like husband will say to wife, now, okay, it is my mistake. You are correct. That is, I am not okay, you are okay. Dependent position. Life threatening approach it is. I am not okay, you are okay. One down position. Get away from helpless. And I am okay, you are okay, healthy, which is task related. Work is important than this winning over the other. I am not okay, you are not okay, hopeless. I am okay, you are not okay, which is angry or you are trying to win over the other person. This is given by Canadian author Eric Berne in the transaction analysis behavior. He given this 4 basic life position task position. Okay, anyways, let's go to the next question. Arrange the following steps of creating market competitive pay plan. Market competitive means according to the market. You are going to pay according to the market. From the sequence first to last, we need to arrange. Market competitive pay plan. Answer is 3. Choose the benchmark jobs and select the compensable factor. Benchmark is nothing but the basis. On what basis the payment is getting decided. Right? And define each compensable factor, determine its degree. Degree means impact of that factor. Impact of each factor or each basis on job. Whatever the benchmark you have taken, the criteria. Each criteria impact on the job, on the job. How much those are impacting, the degree of impact. Later, establish the rate changes. means how much the competitors are paying, how much we are paying. Based on the same benchmark, based on the same criteria, how much they are paying, how much we are paying. And here compare and adjust the current and market wage rate. Current, our organization, and this is competitor organization. We have to match our rates with the competitor rate. How much extra they are paying or how much less they are paying as compared to us. We have to compare with them, market competitors. Later develop a pay grades, which are nothing but grade 1 officer, grade 2 officer, grade 3, like this. A payment changes according to the requirement of market. Based on the competitor analysis, we will be deciding the payment of the employees. Answer is 3. Which of the following is not correct? After comparison, develop the pay grade, then decide the rate. A, B, E, D, C. Right. Which of the following is not correct with respect to matrix organization? It is a combination of functional and product organization. Not a permanent fixtures of a matrix organization. Product departments are created as the need for them arises. Team members have a functional home when they are not needed on a project. Matrix means it's a mix of functional organization plus project organization. Functional plus project organization is nothing but a matrix organization, which is not part of it. Answer for this question is option number 2. Functional departments are not the permanent fixtures of matrix organization because both are keep on changing. This is the matrix structure. Here functional managers will be there and project also will be there. Mix of both is a matrix, like this. Mix of both. Function plus project, function plus project, function plus project, function plus project, function plus project. Both are there and nothing is permanent in this. It will be keep on fluctuating according to the requirement of organization. But here, if you see, the question is about not correct, not permanent, they mentioned. Which is a requirement is that matrix, functional plus project, both are required in the matrix organization. So hence option B is the appropriate answer. When AP set classes AP set classes separately will not be there, sir. Telangana AP set all the recorded course only for paper 1. Legal enactment in India in a chronological sequence from the first to last. Legal enactment in India in a chronological order. మైండ్ పని చేయట్లేదు నీకు? ఎన్నిసార్లు చెప్పినా నేను? 3 సార్లు చెప్పిన ఇప్పటికి. కావాలని డిస్టర్బ్ చేసి ఇక్కడ నుంచి బ్లాక్ అయిపోతావు. Answer is 2. Minimum Wage Act. Here according to the year, if you see, Minimum Wage Act 1948, number 1. 1952 Mines Act. Apprentice Act is 1961. And 1972 Gratuity Act. Child Labor Prohibition Act is 1986. Sequence is that Wages Act, Mines Act, Minimum Wages Act, Mines Act, Apprentice Act and Payment of Gratuity Act, Child Labor Act. 1948, 52, 61, 72, 86. Human relation approach rejected the Rabel hypothesis by giving which of the following argument? Rabel hypothesis. Rabel hypothesis. Answer is 1. When the worker does not work for money only. Actually, human relation is nothing but we should give an importance to the workers' relationships. Workers' facilities also need to be provided. We need to take care of the workers. Their emotional impact also will be there. If they are health-wise, they are good, then they'll work more for the organization. So taking care of the workers is a major priority as per the human relation approach. They have rejected the Rabel hypothesis. What is Rabel hypothesis? We should understand. See, Rabel hypothesis is an approach where people are going to work only for money. Taylor believed that worker will be motivated more and more because of money. That is what generally a Rabel hypothesis. But this Rabel hypothesis is entirely contradicted by the neoclassical approach, that is human relation theories. Behavioral theory or a human relations theory, both are contradicting because workers will not only work for money. They need a money plus they need a facilities, they need a recognition, they need a reward, they need a achievement, not only money. So beyond the money, many things are there. That is why Rabel hypothesis has been rejected or negated by them. Yes. What type of defensive mechanism used by a person when he gets angry at his child or spouse because he had a bad day at work? Defense mechanism. Answer is that option number 3. Only D. Displacement theory. In one of the question in 2019 June, in this session only we have solved, which is not a informal theory, informal group theory, balance theory. That theories are there in the displacement theory also. Actually, displacement theory is related to defense mechanism of the employee in organization. Look at what is it exactly. See, there are almost defensive mechanisms, which is rationalization, displacement, regression, introjection, reaction formation, repression, sublimation. Please type this defensive mechanism. Rationalization means person will using excuses to explain away threatening circumstances. Example also been mentioned. I did poorly on the test because the questions are so tricky. He is taking an excuse. I didn't perform in the UGC NET exam because questions are so much tricky. You are trying to rationalize your defense. You are trying to defend with some excuse. Displacement means transferring of thoughts and feeling towards one person or object to another person. You got angry in the work and coming back to the home and showing the same anger on the wife or a child. That is displacement, shifting of opinion or feeling from one person to another person. Regression, returning to the previous level of development. Returning to the previous level of development. Actually, an adult has a temper tantrum. You can't wait when you're stuck in the traffic. That is lead to regression type of defense. So you are previously immature. Still, you will go back to the same immature mentality and impatient will be developed. Again, go back to the impatience level which you previously were having. After a maturity also. That is in traffic. Introjection. Introjection means taking on the qualities or attitude of others without the thought or examination. A person may take up political views of a famous or admired actor. Introjection means you are just trying to take it from others. Taking the qualities or attitudes of others without a thought. Is that correct or not? Without even thinking, you are just adopting that quality. And Dhoni is very patient. You are directly taking that quality without even analysis of yourself. That is introjection. Reaction formation is behaving in a manner or expressing a feeling opposite of one's true feeling. Opposite of, which is opposite to the whatever original feeling is there, opposite to that reaction formation will be there. It is unplanned type. And repression is nothing but keeping an unacceptable thoughts or a traumatic events viewed in an unconscious. Look at the example. A person who was raped cannot recall the event. Repression means that was a dangerous situation. I cannot able to recall. I can't recall because when I recall that one, it is creating a trauma, a type of fear. Sublimation means unacceptable thought or needs into acceptable action. A person may turn into boxing to deal with aggression. So whatever is acceptable previously, you are now accepting that one. Unacceptable to accepted position is transforming, called as a sublimation. These are the types of defensive mechanisms which are there for a person, and it is also working for a management as well. Which of the following reasons explain the difference between enculturation and acculturation as part of the cross culture? Sir, I reply to each and every your question. If you want to spam the chat and disturb the class, you can disturb. You are having our phone number, you can call us, you can WhatsApp us, you can Telegram us. When I am replying to you, if you are keep on repeating the same question, I am not going to answer that one. Very sorry. If you want to leave, you can leave. If you don't want to take our course, don't take it, please. When you are asking a question, you should also listen. Enculturation, acculturation difference. Answer for this question is option number 3. That is BCD. BCD is a difference. Enculturation is an anthropological term used for socialization like acculturation. Both terms refers to learning through social interaction, and enculturation refers to process of learning our own culture. Acculturation refers to learning host culture norms. Learning host culture norms. So let me explain the full difference. What is cross-cultural first? Cross-culture. Cross-culture means you are working in an organization where multiple cultures are existed, where one person culture is different from other culture, but we are at a one place. That is cross-culture. In that, two things can happen: enculturation, acculturation. Enculturation means acquisition of our own culture. Wherever we go, we are following our own culture is called as an enculturation. And wherever we go, we are adopting to their culture. Also, we are also following our own culture. We are following our own culture plus we are also following their culture. That is acculturation. We are following our personal culture plus work culture, both. That is acculturation. So this acculturation is only for survival in the organization. Only for survival. Whereas enculturation is a necessary. 100% requires to live in a not only organization in the earth also. This is mandatory for all, not only for working. So enculturation is very first we should have, which is our own culture. Acculturation is not the first, it is the second one. Why? First you should know your culture, later you can learn the other culture. Second shift of 2020 exam. Which of the following are correct matching? Ad hoc team, suitable when there are large number of small projects, status free and hierarchy free organization, digital or .com organization. Ethnography is a enculturation. Ad hoc team formed to solve the unusual problem. Actually, ad hoc means a temporary. A will be task force. When something happened, we will be forming a task force, which is only temporary to identify the problem. Suitable when there are large number of small projects. Answer is B, na? Sorry, C. So suitable when there are large number of projects. Matrix organization. Matrix organization is a functional plus project, which is a permanent fixtures. And yes, status, just now we have seen permanent fixtures of organization. Status free and hierarchy free. So there is no hierarchy, top to bottom approach is not there. And status also will not be followed in this type of organization, which is nothing but free form organization. C will be 3. And digital or .com, online, virtual. Online is only 1. D will be 1. With that answer can be done, option 3. Because only D option 1, only one option is available, that is third one. Which of the following is not a part of the job training? Of the job, on the job, two types. On the job. Which of the following is not a method of the job? Answer is option number 3. Apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is an on the job training. Here if you see, sensitivity training is a form of training the people to claim more aware about their sensitivity. Means this is a behavioral training, which is off the job training, behavioral. Transaction analysis also more of life positions will be there. In an organization, we are it is not a training technique at all. Transaction analysis about behavior. It is not the training of a behavior also. Transaction analysis will talk about the different type of transactions happening inside the organization with the people. That is transaction analysis. Life position, I am okay, you are okay. There na, that is part of this concept. It is not a training approach. Apprenticeship is on the job training where you are going to learn practically everything. Practical learn like ITI training is the apprenticeship. You will be working under the senior to learn as a total work. Next, span of management is determined by managers training, managers personal qualities, subordinate training, trade union. Span of management. What is span? Sir, why B is not means question is about which is not of the job. Which is not of the, this is not at all a training method. This is not at all a training method. This is also not at all a training method. Only training method is sensitive and apprenticeship. In that which is not off the job training, the question is. When off the job or when it is not a training method, your answer is 2 and 4 correct. When the question is specifying very specifically which is not off the job. So that we should talk about only off the job. On the job, off the job, on the job. That concept only will come. Here answer is given as an 2. Span of management is determined by manager's training, manager's personal qualities, and subordinate training. Trade union is an representation of the employees group or a employers group separately to protect the interest of the group. That is, union will be working for that, either it for employer or employee. Span of management, how much a manager can have a scope. So one manager, how much scope is there to control? What is his control level? Depends upon his training, his personal quality, and how much he is controlling the subordinate. Level of management, nature of work, qualification qualities, functional position of financial position of organization, time available for subordinate. Are you maintaining a relationship with the subordinate or not? Channel conflict can be vertical, horizontal, diagonal, triangular. Channel conflict. Answer for this question is option number 3. A and B, horizontal and vertical. So there are 3 types of conflicts. Vertical channel conflict, horizontal channel conflict, and multi-channel conflict is there. Vertical means at a different level. So top, middle, low level. So when the conflict is coming like this, it is a vertical. Horizontal means different departments of the same level. Same level but different department, marketing, selling, admin. Multi-channel means it can be diagonal or it can be any type, that way. Multi-channel means different market channels generally. But here, sir, diagonal also there now, then why it can't be? Diagonal is representing crisscross, but multiple is representing maybe different channels, different markets also will be possible. Diagonal representing only within the organization multiple type of communication within the same organization. Which are the following management function in a logical sequence? Getting things done. Answer is planning, organizing, staffing, directing, coordinating, controlling. Planning first, controlling last. In 2 options it is there. Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, coordinating, controlling. Answer is BB, not the C. Directing will come first, after that coordinating. Workers' participation, WPM. Workers' participation in management is involvement of workers only in such areas of activities of the enterprise where they can make some positive contribution. Workers' participation in management is the involvement of workers only in such areas of activities of enterprise where they can make some positive contribution. Workers may not be competent enough to understand and appreciate the managerial aspects of an enterprise. Given answer is that option number 2, both are correct and corrected. See, workers' participation is management is nothing but where we are inviting the workers to give their suggestion, to give their feedback, to give their contribution, which will be impacting on the organization final decision making. So we'll be taking inputs, which is a positive contribution. Workers may not be competent enough to understand. Obviously, this is also correct. Some workers are, as they're at a lower level now, they can't understand the upper level pressure and upper level policies making type of approaches. So they can't able to understand, appreciate the managerial things. From the management point of view, they can't think many things. Only from worker point of view, they'll give the feedback and they'll give you the suggestions. Otherwise, they can't think from the management. Beliefs, attitude, tradition, expectation which are shared by a group member is called. Group norms, communication, cohesiveness, structure. A belief, attitude, tradition, expectation which are shared by a group member is. Beliefs, attitude, tradition, expectation which are shared by a group member is called. Answer is option number 1, group norms. We are telling about our group. Workers are not competent enough to understand and appreciate the managerial aspects of enterprise. They can give the suggestion, they can give the feedback from the worker point of view only. They cannot think from the management point of view to give the suggestion. That's what a statement to meaning. Workers are not competent enough. Yes, they are not competent enough to understand and appreciate the management always. They can't think. See, you are a worker. You can't think from the management perspective now. You will tell about your problem. You will tell about your point of view and you will tell your suggestions only. You will not give the suggestion from the management point of view. Then they are not competent enough only. No? If worker is thinking from the managerial aspect, obviously whatever management is thinking, worker will be matching. Here group norms. Norms are nothing but every group develop their own custom, own habits and expectation, how the things will be done. So what they follow, what they believe is generally called as the norms. Organization socialization is one very important aspect of orientation. The introduction of a new employees to enterprise, which of the following is not designed for the socialization of new managers? Answer is option number 4. Here only D statement, filling a vacant position. But actually what is the question requirement? Organizational socialization means introducing the new employee with all the departments or all with the same department, at least to the team members, and new hire orientation will be there. Introducing the new employee to the organization. We are telling about organization and various team, how it is going to function. Informing, that is generally a socialization. Means we are giving a comfort to the new employee to know about our organization in the beginning. So which is not designed for the socialization of new manager. Filling a vacant position. Is that a duty? Those who appointed as a new manager in the organization, is that a duty that fill a vacant position without knowing fully about the team and all, how he can fill the vacant position? This cannot be a one, but remaining things are part of the new hire orientation, means socialization of a new employee to the organization. Next, these are the 2020. We have done so far 2020 shift 1, shift 2. 2019 June and December. Total 4 exams. Almost nearby 40 questions we have done. 39 I think. 40 questions we have completed. Now, shall we start 2021 questions if you are having a patience? Otherwise, we will make another session. Because already 1.5 hours now. It will take another half an hour. This is not about this new manager appointment. This is about giving a task to that new manager to fill a vacancy position in his shift number 1. 2021, sorry. 2021, 25th November, 2 shifts are there. 26th November, 1 shift is there. So total 3 shifts will be doing it now. Advantage of incentive payment. Shift number 1 first. Already appointed to a position in the organization, so no need to fill the vacancy. Already, no, actually the point of view is, 1 second. Here the situation is that, here question is about new employee who is a new manager got appointed. The new manager, when he got appointed, it is not about, it is about the manager's duties, what a manager can do, right? Filling a vacant position, it is a duty of every manager to fill that vacant position in his team, right? Filling a vacant position immediately he can't fill because that he is a new to his team. He should understand and take a time to fill the vacancy. That is not the immediate one, and it is not socialization related. Socialization means interacting with the employees or interacting with organization teams and various other activities to mingle with. The advantage of incentive payment are, the advantages of incentive payment are ease in the introduction of a new mission. Better incentive means whatever you are giving extra than what actually you promised. That is called as an incentive, which is better utilization of equipment and reduce the absenteeism and turnover is given. Here, increase the scrap is a negative version. Scrap means a wastage. When you are increasing a wastage, you will not get an incentive. You will get the reduced pay. So, ease in the introduction of a new mission is an organizational, that is, introducing a new mission is from the organization point of view, not from the incentive payment point of view. This is from the employee point of view. So, introducing a new mission is not an incentive to employee. It is an additional headache to him. So, two things are there. Better utilization of existing and reduce the absenteeism and turnover. Two things are there. Incentives is anything that can attract the employee's attention and motivate them to work. Is called as an incentive, which is something extra based on their performance. Not only monetary incentive. Arrange the following characteristics of group development in an increasing order. There is a truckman. Need to arrange the same truckman. Here, truckman development stages are forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. Same sequence has been asked up. Please try to type the stages. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning are the 5 stages of group development given by the truckman. Group development process it is. Group development process. Right? So your answer is members are moderately eager and have positive expectation and anxious about what they are. That is forming. Initially, when they are for the first time, that is called as forming. Second one is a storming, which is conflicts start arising due to difference of opinion. You don't know each other now. You will be working as an individual only. Still, you are not feeling it as a part of the group. That is storming. Storming means you are thinking in an individual way. You are not thinking as a group one. So, which is storming. Next, member begin to resolve, which is a stage of norming. They start introducing to each other and they feel that we are in group now. Norming. And after that, see, members are highly task oriented, which is performing oriented. Finally, it includes the recognition of our participants and adjourning. Recognizing or honoring the best performers. Honoring the best performer is adjourning. Delegation is an interpersonal transaction based on behavior. So there are two things. Delegation of authority, delegation of responsibility. Statement 1 is incorrect and 2 is correct. Delegation is interpersonal transaction based on the behavior analysis. See, actually delegation is related to shifting your authority or shifting your responsibility to someone. Delegation of authority is a process which authority and powers are divided and among us the subordinate. When you are on leave, you will give it to when the principal on leave, you will give it to the vice principal. So, but vice principal is having only restricted capacity. He cannot go beyond that. So, this is how the delegation of authority becomes important tool in an organization. But the question is saying it is based on the behavioral analysis. No. It is not about the behavior, it is about the responsibility. We are shifting our responsibility for a certain time to the subordinate to another person to take care of when we are not there. And it is an evolutionary development process which needs encouragement and reinforcement. Yes, when we are not doing, if somebody is doing better now, we should appreciate that subordinates. Next, principle of management have a distinct features. Answer is D, A, B, C, D. So flexibility, universal application and the principles are relative, not absolute and based on the situation. Actually, the third statement meaning, principles of management, Taylor has given some principles of management. Henry Fayol, Max Weber, Elton Mayo and various authors have given various principles of management. Henry Fayol is the most of the administrative principles he given. Whenever any principle is there, that is a theory. Whether to follow or not, that is your wish. But according to your requirement of the organization, you can change the situation, whichever the principle you need in organization, you can use that only. It is not mandatory to use all the principles of management in your organization. That is why it is relative. Means according to the organization to organization, it will vary. Not an absolute principle to implement as it is. So it is no need to implement as it is. According to the situation, according to the requirement and need of the organization will be fulfilled. Universal application, general guidelines, it is found by a practice and experiment. Flexibility, it is behavioral in nature based on the cause and effect, and contingency in nature. The modern principles are nothing but a contingency based on requirement. People repeat the behavior that bring them satisfaction, pleasure, and stop those bring them a dissatisfaction or those bring them a pain. Right? People repeat the behavior which is increasing their satisfaction, increasing their pleasure. And they'll stop those behaviors which are bringing the dissatisfaction or the pain. What is that approach? Law of exercise, effect, redo, readiness. Based on the sentence, you can identify the meaning easily. Answer is C. Answer is C, law of effect. Because based on the effect only now. Effect is that satisfaction or a pleasure will tend to repeat. Effect is that dissatisfaction or a pain will tend to reduce. So behavioral perspective is that Edward Thorndike has given this law of learning. From that learning only these three will be there. Law of effect, law of exercise, law of readiness. Law of effect is nothing but whatever we do based on that, if outcome is coming as same as expected, we repeat the same. When it is not coming as expected, we will stop that one. Law of readiness is nothing but students, you learn best when you know why you are learning. When you know why you are preparing for this exam, you will be ready to give the exam and you will be preparing in a more effective way. Law of exercise means keep on doing on daily basis. Do as much as practice as possible until you can't get it wrong. Practice until you can't get it wrong. That is a law of exercise. Means continuous practice will give you the expertise. And act in a way that results in a greatest good for greatest number is. Means whatever you do, if it is doing good for many number of people, that will be treated as an ethical action. As per which principle of ethical theory? These are business ethics theory. Here, if you see the theories, answer is B, utilitarian theory. Deontological, teleological, these are the business ethics theory. When you are going as per the rule, called as an Kantian theories are a deontological. Immanuel Kant. The ethics are determined by goodness or a badness, which is determined by action, what you do. Teleological is based on the result. Means what will be the outcome. Based on that, the ethics will be decided. Utilitarian approach is that an action is morally right. Whatever you do, it is morally right or ethically right. If it is bringing a greatest amount of good for greatest number of members. Means many people are saying whatever done is correct. That is called as an ethical action, which is utilitarian theory. Which among the following is not a primary determinant of organizational structure? Not a primary determinant of organization structure. Chain and span, capacity and lower needs, power and control, differentiation and integration. Not a primary determinant of organization structure. So here if you see the answer is B, capacity and lower needs. Not a primary determinant of organization structure. Structure of organization is having total 6 elements. One is work specialization. We will be dividing the organization structure into based on this job expertism. Expertism like research and design, administration, marketing, sales, all the department based on the specialization. Departmentalization also according to the similar nature. Sales nature in sales group, admin nature in admin group, based on the nature of the department. And it can be a product wise department also. It can be a product wise, product X category, Y category product. Chain of command means the team members to whom we need to report, the manager. So you 10 members now need to report to manager A. These 10 members report to manager B. Like that, chain of command means your reporting authority is that manager. Span of control means one manager, how many members he can control. Means one manager span means the scope of a manager. Centralization, decentralization. Do I need to make a decisions at a one place, which is centralization? Powers are only with a one top level management. Decentralization means distribution of powers at a various level. Formalization means to what degree there will be a rules and regulation to indicate the managers as well as the employees. Formal rules and regulation and circulars are mandatory. So chain and span, power and control, differentiation and integration, but capacity and lower needs, not related to structure at all. Characteristics of that help the managers to identify the core competencies include potential access to wide variety of market, significantly contribute to the perceived customer benefits, value accretive and non-competitive, distinctive and difficult for a competitor to imitate, which will be helping the managers to identify the core competencies. Means what are the strength of our company? What are the main competency of our company? How a manager can be identified? With what he will identify as a core competency as compared to the competitor, which one we are good at? We are identifying our company competencies. Answer is given as an C, A, B, D. Value accreted, non-competitive cannot be a competency, because when you are becoming non-competitive, obviously you have to give up in the market. You can't sustain in the market. So generally, what are the core competencies? Which one we are at best as compared to competitor, where we are strong and where we are best. That is what core competency. It will be decided based on the customer focused approach and output of our product or multiple product in a multiple market. Very hard to imitate the product, means as compared to the competitor, should not copy paste the product quality and all. We should have a uniqueness. Use of interviews as a training needs assessment technique has the following advantages. Use of interview as a training needs assessment technique. Use of interviews as a training needs assessment technique. We are conducting an interview before providing a training to the employee. Means what type of training that you people require. We wanted to know. For that, we are conducting an interview. You tell about your requirement in this interview, so that we'll plan the training accordingly. That's what management is trying to conduct an interview with the employees to understand the training needs. Questions can be modified, easy to analyze, can explore unanticipated issues that come up, less time consuming. Given answer is C. Why it is C? Out of the A, B, C, D, when as a manager or organization management, when we are conducting an interview with employees, what type of training you need, that we are trying to provide. Tell us your requirement. We are asking the employees only. So that when we know already the problems of employees, we will make the training program accordingly. We cannot expect a new problem in the training again. So we can explore the unanticipated issues which will come after the training. Now itself we are trying to know from the employees. That is the best one. So C is mandatory. When C is mandatory, we can eliminate the A option. So answer is questions can be modified according to the requirement of the employees, whichever received an interview. We can change that one. Easy to analyze is wrong, because easy to analyze of what? What can be analyzed? Here we are just trying to provide the training to the employees only. What you offer and what you are, what you should be hired. These three things we will be getting it from employees only. Based on that, training program will be designed. Personality dimensions. I think this is related to this octopus. Openness to experience, emotional stability, consciousness, extraversion. Here answer is B. But this theory try to understand openness, consciousness, extraversion, agreeableness, neuroticism, right? Ocean, OC, not octopus, ocean, OCEAN, ocean. This comes in a organization culture. Openness means being open to new ideas. You can accept anything or you can also tell anything. You are creative, you are innovative. Conscious means very punctual and very organized way. You know what you are doing. Achieving is important and you are depending upon the organization in a systematic way to achieve. Extraversion means so much of social person. Too much talking to others and enjoying the social interaction. Agreeable means what others are doing, you are trying to recognize them. You are trying to agree other person, trusting them, be kind, be warm to them. And neuroticism means it's a type of positive plus negative. Your anxiety, your irritation, your temperamental, your mood, whether positive, negative, don't know when you will be and in what way you will be. That is total changing in the mood. Mood swings will be there. Now that is neuroticism. So answer is extraversion is an talkative. Consciousness is an self-disciplined, hardworking and achievement-oriented. Emotional stability is a calm and happy, secure. Openness to experience is creative, which is first one. Second shift questions. Stages of group development in an increasing order. Again, same question copy pasted here. Whatever shift one, question number 1 is there, na same copy pasted again. Increasing order. In an increasing order. Increasing order. Group development in an increasing order. Same question. Whatever shift number 1. Shift number 1 was here, right? So same question was copy pasted as it is in increasing order group development. Here the answer was C, EDS, EB. But question may be, statement may be here more or less, right? Same answer EDS, EB. EDS, EB. Which is learning organization. Learning organization, spaghetti organization, fishnet organization, network structure. Please stop the class. Madam, if you want to listen, you can listen. Otherwise, continue in the next recording, no? Remaining part. You want me to stop for a one person or should I continue for the remaining person? Don't say like that. If you are having that much work, now please continue with the recording of the remaining. Kindly don't say it like that. Learning because it is going good. Going good. Don't disturb. Learning organization, spaghetti, fishnet, network. So flexibility in the structure and lack of structure, linking of a separate parts of a same organization or a networking of a separate organization to accomplish a common goal, ability to continually change the structure and internal process to conform to the feedback with the environment, flexible, adaptable, rearranges itself quickly while retaining the inherent strength. Answer here is option number B. Learning organization is the ability to continue the change structure. So based on the feedback, we are continuously changing that one, the internal process. Spaghetti is flexibility in the structure or a lack of structure. There is no proper, right? There is no proper structure, lack of structure. Spaghetti is a flexibility. And fishnet organization is an flexible, adaptable, rearranges itself quickly while retaining its inherent strength. Flexible, adaptable. According to the organization, simply you are going to make a changes. Network is networking. This is a keyword. Actually, D will be 2. 2 options are available. Which of the following is not a characteristics of transactional leaders? Which among the following is not a characteristics of transactional leader? So answer is A. Gives a personal attention and treats each employee individually. Personal attention is not a transactional leader. Here, the two differences you need to understand. Max Weber has defined the transactional model. Transactional occurs when followers are moved to complete their roles as agreed with the leader. They focus on goals, use the rewards and punishment the leader will be using to motivate the subordinates and they are reactive in nature, more of reactive in nature, transactional. Whereas transformational means the leaders who are going to make a changes in the impact, so societal impact will be much because of this. They move the followers to awareness about what is important and away from self-interest. Self-interest is not important here. Transformational will be working for entire group. They use their charisma and motivate the subordinate. They focus on a vision. They are proactive, future-oriented people. And change, bringing a change is a major objective of the transformational leaders. But here, individuals are more important in transformation. Which are the following stages of process of organizational change in a sequential order? Organizational change in a sequential order. Occasionalization of need to change. Occasionalization of need to change. Detailed consideration of proposed change. Search for the main cause underlying the symptoms encountered. And B, collection of a detailed information and development of alternative approaches. Evaluation of various alternative and framing a proposal. Right? So here, process of organization. First, we should know what is organization change. Any decision inside the organization which you are trying to bring inside the organization, means whether it is a rule-based decision or new policy decision or new production process you are going to change. Anything, something new you are going to bring to the organization. In that case, first, what is the need? Why are we going to change? Need for change we should know. We should define our need. Why are we going to change? Then determine the elements to be changed. What actually we are going to change? Consider the element 1, element 2, element 3, like that. List down the elements. And make a plan for this change. Proper plan how to implement that elements. And assessing the change forces. What are the factors which will be going to bring a change? And actions for the change like unfreezing, changing, refreezing will be the 3 approaches or 3 actions will be for change. And based on this only, final review and feedback will be obtaining from the employees. Whether the change is acceptable or not acceptable, you will get to know based on the employees' feedback only. Usually, in which of the following performance appraisal techniques, subjects self-rating are negatively correlated with their subsequent performance in an assessment center. Performance appraisal technique, subject self-ratings are negatively correlated and their subsequent performance in an assessment center. Answer is option number C, self-rating. Self-rating. Here, in this appraisal, they are asking you to rate yourself. But here, subject self-ratings are negatively correlated with their subsequent performance and assessment is a self-rating. So when the organization is asking you to rate yourself, you have done for almost last 1 year of work now. So based on certain parameter and questionnaire, they'll give it to you. You need to fill that questionnaire. How will you rate yourself? So rate. Then in such case, how are you going to, your negative things also will be indicated in that. Whether you are doing any type of biasness or you are giving genuinely. They'll be correlating negative variables of your self-feedback on your own performance will be counted to give the appraisal to them. No, it is C only. 360 degree is nothing but all the people will be. So everybody is trying to appraise creditor, debtor, manager, peers, your others and yourself. All will be at a time will be appraising you. Not only at a time, all the people who are surrounded in the organization are appraising you as a 360 degree. When you perform the 360 degree double time, it will be called as an 720 degree, means beginning and after. Principles of management are important and useful on the account of following reasons. Answer is D. Yes. All are principles of management. Managerial efficiency, attain the objective, train the managers, improve the research, coordinate the material and the human resources. Stretch goals that challenge the people to achieve higher level of success in current activities is known as. Whatever you are doing presently, in that highest achievement. So what are those goals called as? Answer is C, vertical stretch goals. Highest achievement is vertical. So top to bottom. Whatever you are doing now, suppose if you are working as a manager, you want to become a CEO, like that. Whatever you are doing currently, in that only you want to achieve highest level, which is called as a vertical stretch goals. Horizontal means same level. And there is a reading comprehension which is involved. I am not going to do this reading comprehension because this is a self-explanatory. RC, you need to read, and on that 5 questions will be there. That questions you should answer. Third shift, last and final, I think 8 questions will be completing. Okay. It is more than 2 hours, but okay. Sunday, na? No problem. Now it is not a lunch time also. Still 1 hour is there for lunch. Functions of lower management. Top level, middle level, lower level. Chicken, mutton, fish, prawns, all you can eat. Sunday also, today also, and after January 7th also. You can do throughout the day. Because January 7th we are going to complete our exam. Class will not be a barrier na, for take because this is an online class. Answer is C. Answer is C. Lower level management functions. Maintaining a discipline, yes. Lower level management is expecting. So here D, providing training to the workers. Training to the workers. Supervisor need to provide a training to the worker, which is the lower level. And maintaining goals in human relation. So maintaining good human relationship with the worker need to be. Operative and supervisory personnel is related to top level management. Executive plans also top level management. Which of the following generations is more pragmatic and individualistic? Pragmatic means practical. More pragmatic and individualistic. Baby boomer, generation X, generation Y, silent generation. So here answer is that option number B, generation X. Baby boomers, there are 4 types of people. Traditional, baby boomer, generation X, millennials. Millennials, right? Answer is generation X. More practical, more individual. More practical, more individual. They are highly educated, high job expectation, independent and diversity. They'll balance. They have a self approach, which is pragmatism and self-reliance will be their self-life balance. Seek a life balance. Very practical people. And baby boomers are anti-war, anti-government. Anything is possible. Equal right. Always they'll fight for equality, equality, equality. Team-oriented and transformational. They'll always question everything. Those are baby boomers. And millennials are achievement. They're having confidence. Even diversity also part here. Fun also part here. High morals, high tolerant, highly competitive. Patience level is very high. Patience level is very high. Right? Answer is generation X. More pragmatic and individualist is a generation X. Generation Y is millennials here. Generation Z also will be there. According to the Plutchik or Plutchik, however you pronounce, which is not a secondary emotion. Our parents usually, 1970 to 90 means parents. According to Plutchik, which of the following is not a secondary emotion? Distrust, fear, hostility, insecurity. So your option B is the given answer. B, that is fear, is not a secondary emotion. Primary emotions are love, joy, surprise, anger. Secondary emotion in the love, affection, lust, or sexual desire, longing will be a part of secondary. Tertiary will be in the affection, adoration, fondness, liking something. Lust or a sexual desire is desire, passion, infatuation. Longing is also longing. And your joy is then cheerful. Joy is a primary. Cheerfulness, jest, contentment, pride, optimism, and enthrallment, relief is related to secondary emotions of joy. Primary emotion is surprise. Secondary also surprise. Anger is a primary emotion. In that, irritability, exasperation, and rage, disgust, envy, torment are the secondary emotion. So here, distrust, hostility, insecurity are part of the secondary emotion, but fear is not a secondary emotion. Sadness is also, fear is a primary emotion, horror and nervousness is a secondary emotion. And sadness is suffering, sadness, disappointment, shame, neglect, sympathy. All these are secondary emotions of sadness. Secondary emotions. Which are the following training method most suitable for developing a problem? It is matching, na? Problem. Because fear is a primary emotion, correct? Most suitable for developing a problem solving skills. For developing a problem solving case study method, because case study is anything when you are doing in in-depth related to that particular problem, you will go into the in-depth to solve that problem. That is called as a case study. Sensitivity is nothing but behavioral training, when you are training the people to according to the changing personal behavior according to the organization. Incentive schemes where earnings differ at a different levels of output. Different earnings at a different level of output. Incentive scheme. The question is incentive scheme means a bonus schemes, not the wages, only bonus calculation. Gantt task system, Halsey, Rowan, 𝐓𝐴 immersion efficiency. Answer is A. Gantt task and immersion efficiency. Incentive schemes which are earnings different at a different levels of output. So based on the output, earnings are going to be changing Gantt task and immersion efficiency. Halsey and Rowan plan is based on the time saving. How much time you saved, based on that bonus declaration will be there in Halsey and Rowan. 𝐵𝐷𝐼's plan is total every 1 hour 60 minutes will be there. So 60 minutes is a 𝐵𝐷𝐼's points. Based on that time, you are going to declare the bonus. But in Gantt task and immersion plan, here we are going to different because different level of system. If a 80% productivity is there, below the standard it is. So you will be getting less than standard rate. More than 80% means above the standard. You will be getting ordinary rate, means 100% rate you are going to get. At a different level of output, different payment you are going to release as per the Gantt task and immersion efficiency. Based on the efficiency of completion, based on the percentage of completion according to the standard output, you will be comparing with the standard. If it is above the standard, one rate. If it is below the standard, one rate. That will be applied only in immersion and Gantt task. Even Taylor also based on different levels. Merrickson also, Merrick plan also 66%. That is also different levels. Ego defensive mechanisms and their descriptions. In the shift number 1, displacement theory. Now it is projection, regression, repression, sublimation. Remaining also explain now. I explain remaining also. Total 8 defensive mechanisms. In that, displacement is one question. Now remaining 4 in a math. Returning to the previous stage of development, like a trauma, rape incident. Acting out unacceptable impulses in a socially acceptable way. From non-acceptance to acceptance. This will be a sublimation. Non-acceptance to acceptance will be a sublimation. So D will be 2. Either this or this. Answer. We already discussed this point. Answer is option number C. D2 and C4. Repression is pulling onto the unconscious. And regression is 1. Returning to the previous stage of development. Projection is placing unacceptable impulse in yourself onto someone other. I think we have discussed that at here. This one. Right? Regression, repression, sublimation, projection. So here, repression is keeping unacceptable thoughts or traumatic events which are buried in unconscious. Sublimation, unacceptable to acceptable. Returning to the previous level is a regression. Logically sequence the steps in a managerial decision making process. Answer is D, DAEBC. First, define the problem. Later, determine the objectives. After that, identify the possible solutions. Later, select the best solution. Implement the decision. Defining is first, implementation later. D first, C later. It is only in one option out of all. Which is the most suitable coping mechanism if fear of overload is a source of resistance to change? Resistance to means they are not accepting a change. They are not accepting a change. Resistance means they are not accepting it. They are not ready to accept the new changes. Coping mechanism if fear of overload is a source of resistance to change. If the change comes, maybe burden will be more in the new change of organization. So that is why they'll say no to change. Then how to make them to accept? What is the coping mechanism? Coping mechanism means what is the solution for that resistance? How can we make them to accept that? Role, clarity and definition. If you give a clarity, after making a change, what are you going to do? If you give a clarity, they'll think that whether it is overburden or underburden, they'll get to know. So perceived peripherality of a change. You have to participate in a diagnosis. Means whatever your perception is there, it is wrong. To prove them as wrong, you try to perform a diagnosis. And here, fear of a overload, role, clarity and definition. Fear of a loss of power, reorientation. Fear, role redefinition and reorientation. Fear of obsolescence, development of a skill. You need to develop your skill. Inadequate resource, support resources. Fear of large-scale disturbance, pacing of a change. Complacency and inertia, which is fear of accomplishment. Fate accomplishment. Vested interest, also fate accomplishment. Indifference of the top management, active support from the top level management. Perception of imposition, participation and involvement in the organization. The characteristics of a different levels of leaders given below. Increasing order of level we need to arrange. In increasing order, different levels of leaders. So this is given by 𝐓𝐡𝐚𝐧𝐤𝐬, level 1 to level 5. Highly capable individual, contributing to a team member, competent manager, effective leader, level 5 executive level. First, individual, you should identify the individual person who is having a capacity, he makes a productive contribution. The talent, knowledge, skill, you should identify the individual person. Later, contributing to a team member, whether this individual individually contributing to group or not. Individual contributing to group or not. He contributes to achievement of a group. Later, competent manager, whether this person is having a capacity to become a competent manager who can fulfill the objectives or not. Organize the people and resources for effective and efficient pursuit of the predetermined objectives. Can he become a competent manager or not? After that, D, effective leader. Catalyze the commitment to and vigorous pursuit of a clear, compelling vision, where he is going to achieve effective implementation of the standards of organization. According to the organization standards and requirement, are you meeting those standards or not? You have to make the subordinates to reach those standards. Effective leader, which is catalyze the commitment to vigorous, same copy pasted. High performance standards is the fourth one. Finally, he builds an enduring greatness, which is paradoxical combination of personal humility and professional will. Executive level is a these 5 levels of organization leader given by the 𝐓𝐴𝐚𝐧𝐤𝐬. 𝐓𝐴𝐚𝐽𝐬 given this. Final question, I think. Which of the following statements are the advantages of decision support system? D, yes, yes. Decision support system advantage. Answer is B. Generates a new evidence in support of a decision. Decision support system advantage. So you are trying to create a new evidence to support of your own decision. You have taken a decision. To support your decision, on this basis, I have taken a decision. That is what decision support system generally. You are collecting the evidences which are supporting your decision and not rejecting your decision, which will improve our efficiency. And if with a decision support system, our decision will not go wrong. It will when we identify the reasons for our decision, now it will not go wrong and it will not be. So answer for this question is 3, but there is an amendment, sir. This was old answer, but there is an amendment in 2022. Amendment is what? The answer is given as an expiry of relevant assessment year or before the assessment is completing, whichever is earlier. Here simply section number 139 subsection 4, late return can be filed. Late return can be filed before the end of relevant assessment year. Not correct. Now this is replaced with a before the 3 months of end of relevant assessment year. End of relevant assessment year. So before the 3 months of relevant assessment year ending, or else before the assessment completion. Whichever the date occurs earlier, that will be your due date for belated return, last date for belated return or the late return. So before the 3 months of end of relevant assessment year, not just before the end of assessment year, before the 3 months of end of relevant assessment year or the before completion of assessment, which occurs earlier will be belated return last date. So the answer is, for this question, this is 3 only, but here before 3 months will come. This was a previous year question now, so at that time the provision was like that only. Next, this is the second question, madam. Arrange in a correct sequence. Answer is yes, it is 1. ACBD. Income under the different head we will calculate first. Later, adjustment of the set off and carry forward of the losses. Second. Third one is deduction. Later, after calculating the total income, if any decimals or the fraction comes, we will be rounding off to nearest 10 rupees. We'll be rounding off to nearest 10 rupees. Okay, that is separate section also there for rounding off. The steps in the capital budgeting process. Steps in capital budgeting process. Option number B will come. How come A, how come D, how come C, sir? Except answer, you are telling everything. First, A, cash flow estimation. Because there is no project identification something in the statements. First, from each year, year 1, year 2, how much cash flow is going to come from each year. Later, identify the discount rate, present value, annuity factor or the discount rate. Later, determine the net present value, whether positive or negative. If it is positive, selection decision will be accept. If it is negative, selection decision will be negative. Reject it. So A, B, D, C. Next, ad hoc teams formed to solve a unusual problem. Suitable when there are large number of projects, small projects. Status free and hierarchy free organization. Digital or .com organization. These are the types of organization in business management. Ad hoc means temporary. Please understand the term. Ad hoc means temporary. For that unusual problem, we are just forming a one team to solve that. Like a SIT, special investigation team will be there, na? Like that only. Answer is option 3. A2. Task force. Task force. Ad hoc team isn't task force because special investigation. That is only for that particular solving of that problem we have appointed. Suitable when there are large number of small projects. Large number of means so many number of small projects are available. In such case, we'll use the matrix. Matrix is a mix of functional plus project organization is a matrix. Next, third one is free and hierarchy free, virtual. In virtual organization which is connected over the online, there is no hierarchy to be followed. It is free from hierarchy and status also will be free. Anyone can connect to anyone. Digital.com organization is a free form organization. Digital.com is a free form organization. It means you can see here, Digital.com, a virtual organization, refers to collection of geographically spread individuals or the organization that depends upon electronic linking. Even virtual organization also electronic linking. I think we have mismatched. C, the status free. Yes, I have mismatched. Status free is a free form. Status free is a free form organization. Digital. So answer is 3. The person who has sold the goods and has not received the price, then he will become unpaid seller. We sold the goods but the buyer has not paid, then we will become unpaid seller. We have not received our payment. Sequence of CSR, eligibility criteria and spending as per the provisions of section 135 of the Companies Act 2013. Section 135 deals with the CSR activity. So the sequence of events, how it will happen. First, here if you look at, we have to check whether this company is liable for, or else is it mandatory has to put in CSR activities or not. If a net worth of 500 crore or more, or else second condition, a turnover of 1000 crore or more, or else if this is also not satisfied, this is also not satisfied. The third one is 5 crore or more. The third one is 5 crore or more. These are the three conditions. Either a net worth or turnover or finally a net profit. Three things will check. If any one of the conditions satisfied, they are eligible for CSR activity to spend. After checking, then we have to go for calculation of how much amount. 2% of last 3 years average profit. Last 3 years average profit will be calculated. Then this amount will be, they have to spend it on CSR activities. If they are not taking as such, if they are not complying with the section 135, then penalty or penal action will be initiated by company appellate tribunal. Next, which of the following is the first order condition of profit maximization? There are two things, first order condition, second order condition for maximization of the profit. So what are those two conditions of profit maximization? So answer is option 2. This is the first order condition, and here MC curve cuts the MR curve from below. When MC curve cuts MR curve from below, then this will be a second order condition. This will be a second order condition. When marginal cost curve cuts the MR curve from below, or MC equal to MR is the first order, second order MC cuts the MR from below. Next, international product life cycle stage. Whether it is international or national, life cycle will be same related to the product. That is introduction, growth, maturity and decline. So answer will be answer for this question is 1. Yes, it is 1. Introduction stage, only few competitors will be there in introduction because that's a new product. Competitors will not enter it here itself. Growth stage is an competitors in other high income countries begin production for their domestic market. So whatever the product that we introduce for their country own domestic purpose, they will be producing in their own country related to our product. And in maturity stage, they will also come to other countries. They will export to other countries. The other high income countries export to innovating country. And declining is competitors from other high income countries may begin the production in developing countries. Not only exporting, now they will go and start in the developing country. In such case, competition will go high, our product will fall down. The sales will fall down when competitors are more in the market. Which of the following method is not a part of the job training method? We have two types of category of training, that is on the job and off the job. So which is not a on the job? For answer for this question is option 3. Apprenticeship is not an off the job training, this is on the job training. Whereas remaining transitional, conference method, sensitivity is a off the job training method. If you can look at on the job are coaching, mentoring, job rotation, job instructional, apprenticeship, understudy, internship are on the job. So when we are when we are in job, we will get the training. Off the job means classroom lectures, vestibular training, simulation. Sensitivity means personality development, transactional, business games, role playing, which is not on the floor of the job where we are going to do. In that place, the training will not be there. In some other place, the training will be there. That is off the job. Credit flows to agriculture and SME sector has increased in recent years. RBI has gradually relaxed various controls in credit market. Answer is option 1. It's correct only. I will show you one picture so that it will be easy for you to recognize. Direct agriculture credit as a percentage of agriculture GDP from 1950, starting of our government. So how it is increasing? Agriculture credit is this one. Total orange line. It is increasing. Even now also keep on increasing. First statement is related to agriculture credit. And RBI gradually relax various controls on the credit market. So means whenever they are taking a loan, the agriculture loan, somehow the relaxations are there, not that much stringent as compared to the personal loan and other loans. Agriculture loans are not that much heavy punishments will be there if they are not going to pay. Span of management is determined by. Span of management is determined by. Answer for this. Option 2 is a given answer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Managers training, managers personal qualities and subordinate training. Trade union not part of the span of management. Span of management means under one supervisor, how many people should be there? Actually, this management is different, span of control is different. Span of control will talk about under one supervisor or one manager, how many team members should be there. How much he can require or how much he is capable, that many should be there. Usually, the scope it will talk about. Whereas span of management means it's a manager's training and a manager's personal qualities will be determined in this. Subordinates training also will be determined. How well you are able to control or manage within your team. That's the entire span of management. You can see. It means number of people managed and effectively by a single officer or manager in an organization. So it will impact based on the qualification and qualities of the manager, level of management, nature of work, financial position of the organization, time available for the subordinates, superior subordinate relationship, clarity of plans and responsibilities, using communication technology. These are the various factors which can influence the management of scope, that is span of management. What is the overall cost of capital? Question is about overall cost of capital. So weighted average cost of capital, we should calculate 20% of debt and 80% equity. Their cost of debt is 10%, cost of equity is 15%. Madam, you are at the end of your preparation. You don't know how to calculate it. So it is simply a weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital, that is KO. Cost of debt 10% into proportion of debt is 20%. Upon the cost of debt, proportion is 20%. And cost of equity 15%. Proportion of equity is how much? 80%. So the respective capital and their proportion. 1s are 25s are and 5 2s are. So it is 2% plus 0 0 cancel. 2 4s are 2 5s are and 5 3s are. 3 4s are 12. So it is 14%. Cost of debt is 10%, 15 is okay. Correct only na? Answer is option 4. 14% will come. Total cost of capital they are asking. Here you can see how to calculate. Overall cost of capital include cost of equity into proportion of equity plus cost of preference into proportion of preference plus cost of debt into proportion of debt. So they have not given preference, only equity and debt we have calculated. Sunk cost, marginal cost, investment cost, implicit cost. This is option number. Actually wrong answer. 1 is the given answer, but this is the wrong answer. Why it is wrong, we will discuss. Sunk cost means it is already expired, where we cannot make a decision based upon this. They matched with a value of input owned and used in the production, which is wrong. This 2 is actually implicit cost. Implicit cost. Ignore about this answer which is given by NTA, but actually implicit cost is the cost which we incurred for using our own resources, own funds and own inputs. That is implicit. And second one, change in total cost for a change in total output, which is a marginal cost. Costs that are unaffected by the decision means sunk cost it is. It should be 3. Total increase in cost resulting from a decision. Increase in is a investment cost. So correct answer should be 3. Sunk cost is 3. Marginal cost is 1. And investment cost is 4. Implicit cost is 2. So 3, 1, 4, 2 should be the correct answer. 3, 4, 1, 3, 1, 4, 2. 3, 1, 4, 2 is the correct answer. Conceptually. But NTA given this one, which is as the remaining options also not suitable, they went for that. It should be deleted. Identify the 3 mutually reinforcing pillars of Basel 3. 3 pillars of Basel. మార్జినల్ కాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ చేసి చెప్పారు, అందులో ఆప్షన్ ఏ కరెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ABD, minimum capital standard, supervised review of capital adequacy and market discipline. Credit risk management, management control are not separate pillars. There are 3 pillars of Basel 3. If you could look at pillar number 1, minimum capital and liquidity requirement. Pillar 2, enhanced supervisory review. Pillar 3, enhanced risk disclosure and market discipline. So there is a tier 1 capital, tier 2 capital will be there, and risk weighted asset calculation also will be there, and buffer NFSR also to be calculated. NSFR, net stable funding ratio, as per the liquidity standards of Basel 3, we should calculate that as well. If on an average 2 customers at a shopping mall per 1 minute, two customers are arriving per 1 minute. What is the probability that in a given minute, exactly 3 customers will arrive? This is a Euler constant related to which distribution? Poisson distribution. Poisson distribution. The chance of success will be very low, chance of failure will be very high. Based on the Euler constant, we should identify. It's a Poisson distribution, yes. How to calculate this? So Poisson distribution equal to e power minus lambda into lambda power r divided by r factorial. So two customers are arriving at shopping mall. Two customers are arriving at shopping mall. So here they only declared that e power minus 2, which is lambda equal to 2. That is 2 customers. Then r will be equal to 3. So e power minus lambda already given 0.1353 into lambda power r, that is 2 power 3. 2 power 3. And r equal to 3 factorial. 3 factorial means 3 into 2 into 1. 3 factorial means 3 into 2 into 1. If it is 2 factorial, 2 into 1. Anything before we should multiply. That's a factorial. Now how much it will come? 0.1353 into 2, 2 into 2 into 2 cube na. So 3 into 2 into 1. 1, 2, 1 to cancel. Right? So 4 into 1353. 4 3s are 12, 4 5s are 20 plus 1, 21. And 4 3s are 12 plus 2, 22. So 4 3s are 12 plus 2, 14. And 4 1s are 4 plus 1, 5. So it is 5412. 0.5412 divided by 3. Divided by 3. 3 1s are. 3 8s are 24. 3 4s are 1804. It is 1804, right? 1804 it is. Option A, 0.1804. X and Y are the partners in a business sharing profits and losses 3:2. They admit Z as a new partner for 1/5 share. Calculate the new PSR. Calculate the new PSR. This is a simple direct question. So there is no sacrificing ratio, nothing was mentioned. Then old ratio will be the sacrificing ratio. Old ratio is a 3/5, 2/5. Old ratio minus sacrificing ratio we should do. So here out of 1/5 is belong to Z. Then remaining 4/5 to be shared by the old partner. So to be shared by the old partner, 4/5, 4/5. Can I deduct directly like this? Can I deduct directly like this? I should not deduct, because whenever I am taking remaining share now, I should multiply. I should multiply. 3 4s are 12 by 25. 2 4s are 8 divided by 25. 1/5. To make it as equal to 25, we should multiply by 5. So 5 divided by 25. To make the denominator equal to 5, the third share, which is Z share. So we should multiply by 5 and 5 in the numerator denominator. Then 12:8:5 is the correct answer. Option A. డైరెక్ట్ ఆన్సరా? వస్తుందండి, డైరెక్ట్ గా అన్ని వస్తాయి. క్లాస్ లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మనం చదివేటప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్ వస్తాయండి. కానీ అదే డైరెక్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఎగ్జామ్ లో ఇస్తే ఎందుకో ఇండైరెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది, అర్థం కాకుండానే ఇండైరెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది కదా. ఏంటంటే ఫెయిల్ అయినాక ఈవీఎంలు ట్యాంపరింగ్ అని అంటారు. సో there are 8 stages. Simply idea generation, idea screening, concept development and testing. After that marketing strategy will come. That is an answer. Business analysis, product development, test marketing, commercialization. Idea generation, screening, concept testing and development. 4th marketing strategy. 5 business analysis, product development, and 7 test marketing. 8 commercialization of the product, means finally introducing the product into market. For doing a vouching of sales, what vouchers you will check it out? Vouching of the sales transaction. For vouching of the sales transaction, many people went wrong. Many are saying option 4, option 1. Option 3 is the correct answer. Option 3. Why it is 3? You should understand. The question is about vouching is a documentary evidence, that is receipts or some invoices will check related to the sales. Those are sales book. That sales book means credit sales that we made for doing identifying the credit sales. And dispatch of goods means delivery notes. Dispatch of goods, B and A. Whereas direct note and credit note. Credit note will be generally in case of purchase return. Purchase return. At the time of purchase, we debited. Now at the time of returning the purchase, we will be crediting it. That's why credit note will be issued. So that is not a part of sales transaction. In penetration pricing, the business firm seeks to access the deeper market penetration by keeping prices. Penetration, it is low. So penetration means initially low, later high. Skimming pricing means initially high, later low. So the deeper market penetration means keeping the prices low. Penetration can lead to lower cost per unit as the production expands, and it will discourage or blocks the competitors from the and for entering into the market. It will increase the sales also, profit also will increase because quantity will increase when you sell at a lower price. Process costing is appropriate for which of the following? Logistic and transportation, pharmaceutical and healthcare, tourism and hospitality, oil refinery firms. So for whom the process costing? Process costing generally for when multiple processes involved in the production process. It will be useful. Cheating yaar. You cheated. Answer is visible, no? You cheated. Directly you are telling an answer without reading the question. Answer is D. That is only oil refinery firms are appropriate for process costing because there is the operation costing, there is a process costing. For the transportation purpose, there is a operation costing or a service costing will be useful. Pharmaceutical and healthcare firm, the process costing will not be useful because this is a service industry, that is again service costing. Tourism is also service costing. The above 3 are service or operation costing, whereas oil refinery is a multiple stepwise process will be involved. So here like this, process 1, raw material, process 2, process 3, like that it will be going on. Wood, pulping, washing, paper. So sequence. Telemarketing is a part of. Telemarketing is a part of. Okay, you are genuine. Pakka, you have not seen the answer and you have answered according to the question only. Super, excellent. Array, you are genuine student, sir. That's why you are in this class. Otherwise, you will be somewhere, na? Answer is 3. Fadafat questions. Answer is 3. Telemarketing is a part of direct marketing. They'll call now. Hello sir, we are calling from Hathway. Hello sir, we are calling from ICICI Bank. Hello sir, we are calling from Naptal. So do you want to have this machine in your hand? Naptal product, once they come now, it will be maximum for 3 days for operation. After 3 days, it will break. That is direct marketing. Telemarketing is calling to the customer and doing a marketing is a telemarketing. For decline in price, total revenue increases if demand is. Option 1, carefully sir. Option 1, this is where we make a mistake. Option 1 is the correct answer. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We should answer it correctly. Conceptually, we should answer. So here, for a decline in price is coming down. Then they are saying total revenue is increasing. If demand is going to be elastic in nature, means the demand will be more. When demand increases, the price will come down, total revenue will increase when it is elastic only. Then in inelastic situation, it will not work. So option 1 is the correct answer. Price elasticity more than 1. Percentage change in demand is more as compared to the price. Then only revenue will increase. Otherwise, revenue will not increase. Channel conflict can be. This time we have done channel management so elaboratively. At least they should give some question from personality, channel development. Exceptional areas are there now which we covered. All questions should come from there only this time. Regular areas they should not ask in business management. And answer is B. B and C. Vertical conflict, horizontal conflict. There is a multi-stage conflict also will be there. So in a channel management, sir, generally to integrate a multiple levels like a wholesaler, distributor and all, retailer, all this. At a funnel, we will have to coordinate many people. In such case, we will get a conflict sometime. The conflict is vertical conflict. Different levels of the same channel, like manager to subordinate, subordinate to employee. Horizontal means different channel of the same level. Same level, but within the same level within the channel. At a equal level, the conflict will be created. One manager to another manager. Multi-channel means different markets. The conflict or a dispute is getting created between two different things, not even vertical, not even horizontal. So something which can come from anywhere. Which of the following are sufficient to determine shutdown point of multi-commodity firm in a short run? Products are multiple products are there, not a single product, sir. They are not saying single product, multiple products. Point to be noted, multiple products. But option include diagonal and vertical. Where it is, madam? Why this much confusion? Answer is C, not B and C. Sorry, it is C answer. A and B. Achha, I marked this one, that's why confusion. Huh? This two, vertical and horizontal. So answer for this question is when multi-commodity is there, option 2 is a given answer. Shutdown point for multi-commodity. Suppose say two commodities are there. In this, when the firm has to shut down in a short run. Because if one is profitable, another may be not profitable. Or this is profitable, this may not be. In such case, how to deal with that situation? So given option is 2. Average variable cost of operation. Any shutdown point situation, the shutdown decision will be based on what? Variable cost of the firm. Why? For the production purpose, variable cost will be the main component. If you produce, variable cost will be there. If your production is 0, variable cost is 0. If your production is 10,000, variable cost will be 1 lakh. Like that, it will increase. So it will be directly proportional to the variable production only. So based on fixed cost, we should not take any type of shutdown decision. That's why variable cost will be taking into account and marginal revenue. Why the average marginal revenue? There is no average marginal revenue actually. Marginal revenue itself is average because the revenue by selling one additional output. Revenue by selling an additional output, an additional unit. Revenue for selling one additional unit. So the marginal revenue and variable cost both will be considered. Here variable cost of operations also mentioned, but average variable cost means variable cost per unit, marginal revenue per unit. Per unit they are considered, not the total. Current ratio is 2:1. If equal increase in current asset and liability, it would result in. Good evening. Half of the questions completed, but 1 hour done. You need to increase the speed. More 20 questions are there. 45 we need to do it. Why can't MR only? Because specifically they mentioned average MR. That's why we should assume that remaining is total MR. Otherwise MR itself is average. If they are not specifically mentioned. So when current ratio is 2:1, that is, suppose say 20,000 is to 10,000, it is there, 2:1. Then if it is increased by equal, here 10,000 increase, here 10,000 increase, then it will become 30,000 divided by 20,000. So previously 2:1, which is equal to 2. Now it is 3/2, which is equal to 1.5. Whether ratio is decreased or increased? No change in the current ratio now. No. There will be a decrease. Answer is C. We have added equal amount, but the ratio is changed from 2 to 1.5. So whenever equal increase is there in current asset and current liability, there will be a decrease in current ratio. Goodness of fit test. 100% people has to answer this one. Fast. Answer is 3. A, B, C. Online education is increased because in 2020 and 21, online education went like anything. YouTube videos were performing like anything. Many hours spent by the people. And your e-commerce and e-payment infrastructure, digital banking has been introduced. Also, retailing and pharmaceutical, because pharmaceutical medical care was utmost important and emergency at that time. Hospitality, healthcare, not it. Here, healthcare services we cannot take. Here, hospitality means it related to tourism point of view. So that we cannot take it. It has been so much in danger, that entire industry, due to the COVID. So many losses, the restaurant and all. Next, in moderately skewed distribution, which equation indicates correct? Relationship between mean, median, mode is correct. Option 4 cannot be, sir. Option 4, why it is not? Because healthcare is okay and services increase, they are saying are not actually increase. Medicare, it is there. And hospitality is related to tourism. Answer is option 2. Mode equal to 3 median minus 2 mean. This is a correct equation. Yesterday also Means every question paper one will come from this relationship. That is pakka. Sequence the activities in the process of standard costing. Standard costing sequence. Standard costing. The actual standard and you measured an actual. Identify the differences between both, which is comparison of standard and actual, and between the standard and actual, what are the differences? Later, you will be identifying the responsible center for the variances which occur. Is it an investment center, profit center, sales center, revenue center, cost center? So for that, you will be keeping a responsibility on them by disposing it to the respective center. Political risk management comes in the ambit of which of the following financial decision? Political risk management comes in the ambit of which of the following financial decision? Political risk management is a multinational capital budgeting. Why, why political risk management will come? When you are taking any projects which includes the two countries, the political relationship of the two countries will come into existence to make this decision. Why? Suppose my project is linked with India and Pakistan. Assume if my project is to be, if I'm making a decision to implement that project, there is a risk which is attached because the political relationship between India and Pakistan is not so good. So I have to stay back for making that decision of investment in that project. So that's why in multinational capital budgeting, that will be a major part to make a financial decision. Political risk. 𝐓𝐡𝐚𝐧𝐤𝐬 𝐅𝐨𝐫 𝐖𝐚𝐭𝐜𝐡𝐢𝐧𝐠. Yesterday same question. So answer for this question is option number 3. Why GGC? Grant given to Congress means by other than company to political parties. By any person means other than company. GGB means grant given to BJP. By companies. By companies to political parties. Company to political party. Grant given to BJP. GGA is for scientific research purpose. GG is for rent pay. HRA related. Rent pay. Which type of study would be the most appropriate to use in order to measure changed opinions of customer or consumer repeatedly? So the customer's opinions are continuously changing. Which of the study will be useful for doing a research on them? Keep on changing. One type of research we know in paper 1. So answer for this question is longitudinal study. Longitudinal means it will be keep on updating. Longitudinal means it's a long term. Over a period of time, how the perceptions of the data is changing, accordingly we need to study updated one. It's like a current affairs. Suppose we are preparing for 2025 examination, then some certain competitive exam. So from 2022 we started preparing. Every year 2022, every month we need to update ourselves with the current affairs. Every year we need to update. Every month we need to update. Every week we need to update. Every day we need to update. So like continuously updating till you reach your time period. So like that, when opinions are changing, data is changing, what type of study need to be conducted? Longitudinal. What is shadowing studies? Shadowing studies means the idea of shadowing someone to see what they are doing. A researcher accompanies the user and observe how they use the product. So simply what they are doing, we are just observing them. Shadowing means following them or observing them, how they are doing, what they are doing, and to learn much better and better knowledge, we will be doing this shadowing study. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is an example of sustainable marketing, social marketing, service marketing, relationship marketing. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Swachh Bharat. One comment is there, sir. Shall I take a printout of hall ticket in color or black and white? I said black and white or anything is fine. Then again the question is about if I take front and back of hall ticket, is there any problem or should I take print of 2 pages separately? इतना कंफ्यूज क्यों भाई? You prepared well for this much hard work you have done. For 1 or 2 rupees, why this much? Marwadi. Social marketing is the correct. Social marketing, another examples are anti-tobacco, anti-drug, anti-pollution, anti-dowry, protection of the girl child, campaign against the use of plastic bag, green marketing are the examples of social, which is useful for the society. Simply for the public welfare purpose, we'll be doing that advertisement. Even tobacco advertisement in theaters also. By looking at single, you can identify easily. Yes, all are correct. Option 1, absolute advantage theory, David Ricardo. Factor endowment theory, H.R. and Oakley. National comparative advantage theory, Michael Porter. Comparative advantage theory, Adam Smith. Sorry, ulta. Absolute advantage theory, Adam Smith. Comparative advantage theory, David Ricardo. Next, which of the following are describing the Irving Fisher effect? This is somehow you need to think and answer. Because he was talking about the international Fisher effect, we call this as. C. So answer is A, B, C. Actually, international Fisher effect. Sir Irving Fisher has explained about economic theory of real interest rate, nominal interest rate linking with a currency conversion. So here he was speaking about nominal and nominal interest rate is equal to real interest rate plus expected interest rate. And real interest rate, same this formula only. Nominal equal to real plus expected interest rate. Whereas real interest equal to nominal minus expected interest rate. That is the second statement. Exchange rate differential between two currencies explained by interest inflation rate differential. Interest inflation rate differential. So you can see here real interest rate equal to nominal interest rate minus expected, or nominal plus real equal to expected. Nominal minus real equal to expected inflation rate, or nominal equal to real plus expected rate of inflation. This is the main formula, sir. If you can remember, many questions will get answered. Similar type of question was appeared in 2022 also. So remember this formula. Real interest equal to nominal minus expected rate of inflation. Survey instrument used to assess customer perception of service quality are. Answer is D. Except a set scale, RR comes under the service quality dimension models only. You can see service quality model. Service quality model has 5 dimensions: reliability, assurance, tangibles, empathy, responsiveness. These are the 5 dimensions to measure the service quality. SERP preference given by the prominent Taylor. SERP preference, service preference. So here perception minus expectations are the major focus in SERP preference. DINSERV is a restaurant. DINSERV. So here DINSERV is proposed as a reliable and relatively simple tool for how consumers view a restaurant service quality. 29 items are there in DINSERV questionnaire. Based on that, service quality was defined. RSQS, Retail Service Quality Scale. Retail Service Quality Scale, RSQS. So this is majorly the retail service providers related quality measurement. Almost 28 scales, 5 dimensions. That is physical aspect, reliability, personal interaction, problem solving, policy development. Here also 29 items, but having 5 categories: assurance, empathy, reliability, responsiveness, tangibles. The categories are important. Next, here set scale, if you look at the consumer ethnocentrism tendency scale. Consumer ethnocentrism tendency scale, CET, consumer ethnocentrism tendency scale, developed by Chimpa and Sharma in 1987 to measure the ethnocentrism, means their origin, domestic. Answer is option number 4. Baby question it is. First, preparation, recording, journalizing, and D, trial balance preparation. After that, C, preparation of annual financial statements, deriving a meaningful business decision by taking financial statement analysis. Which are hold true successfully for price discrimination? Condition for price discrimination. Yesterday also same question. There are 4 conditions now for price discrimination. So answer is B and C. Firm must possess a market power, which means monopoly power they should possess. Pure monopoly is not correct. That is a natural monopoly only. And must be difficult for the consumer one market to sell. So segmentation. We have to divide the market into segments. Monopoly power, market power, and segmentation. Segmentation having different price elasticity of demand. No case of resale. No resale about the product. The 4 conditions, if they are satisfied, we can call it as they can discriminate the price accordingly. Arrange the management function in a logical sequence of getting the things done. Last 5 questions, because 45 plus 45 only. Today 45, tomorrow 45. Why only 90 remaining 10? 2 passages will be there now. That's why. So answer is 2 for this. Planning, organizing, staffing, staffing, directing, coordinating, and controlling. So staffing is the third one, which is to be. Staffing means experts. We should identify the expert for each. CRM process, sequence the steps. CRM, customer relationship management process. First, we will collect the, whenever you go to a DMart or else whenever you go to a more, they'll ask a mobile number. They'll collect the data, collection of the data. Later, analyze the data related to what they are purchasing by their mobile number. Even MedPlus, Apollo also, they'll ask for a phone number. Right. After that, identify the target customers for our product who are repeatedly purchasing. Later, develop a CRM program with their customer relationship program we need to maintain, like a loyalty points, rewards points. Finally, implement those programs for the CRM purpose. It is 2 answer. Whenever we go to MedPlus, they'll ask the mobile number. Why? Have a track and sending offer messages like that. IPRs protect the use of information and ideas that are of which value? It should have some value, na? What is that value? Why it is to be protected? Because it is having commercial value. If it is having commercial value, means saleable value. That's why the IPR is to be protected and registered. Have to be registered legally. Next, in monopolistically competitive market, which one of the following hold true? Firms are small relative to the total market. No firm has any market power. There is a easy entry and exit. Few firms have a market power. There is no easy entry and exit in the market. Read it carefully. Related to monopolistically competitive market. Monopolistic competitive market. Firms are small relative to the total because these are monopolistic markets are different small number of small firms having heterogeneous product, means different product they are selling. Large number of buyers will be there. Large number of buyers will be there. And see, there are easy entry and easy exit. Many number of buyers, even many number of sellers also, but small size sellers. Small size sellers are there. And no firm has market power. Actually, no firm has a market power is not a feature of the monopolistic. Why? We are not talking about the market power at all in monopolistic. Different products, different seller. Differentiated products is the main feature. So it is small firm to the total market, easy entry and exit. A and C are the correct answer. In order to calculate capital adequacy ratio. Super for what, sir? In order to calculate the capital adequacy ratio, banks are required to take into which of the following risk? Because in Basel, all these three risks were mentioned clearly. Basel 2. Credit risk is mentioned, market risk, and operational risk. Operational risk is also this credit risk is also called as a leverage. So the three risks were clearly to be considered to calculate the capital adequacy ratio as per the Basel norms. Three risks. And last and final question. Which of the following retail analytical applications involves use of such techniques to gain insight into the customer buying pattern? Customer buying pattern. Yes, all are needed. For identifying a customer buying pattern, what are the techniques to be used? So answer is only D. That is, sorry, C only. Data mining only. Data mining means whatever, suppose MedPlus or the Apollo is collecting a phone numbers, or else many different supermarkets are collecting our phone number, shopping malls are collecting our phone number. Why they are collecting our phone number? Whenever they enter our phone number, now they will understand what items are purchased by them. They will identify the buying pattern of the buyer. What type of preferences are there for this customer? We'll send that offer only to this customer. What type of preference are there with this? Previously, what he bought, how his track record, everything. That's a mining, means whatever the data already collected, you are mining into the details of each buyer and their preferences. That is why it is data mining only. Factor analysis is a qualitative research method. For doing a qualitative analysis, regression analysis is a quantitative one, dependency, independency. Data scrapping means eliminating the incomplete data. Data cloning means copying a data from one to another is a cloning of the data. So finally, this is the 6-hour marathon. I hope you liked it and it will be beneficial for your upcoming examination. If you like it, please do hit one like button and subscribe to this channel, share with your friends. Do comment your feedback in the comment section. Thank you so much.